Welcome to this weekend's edition of Viewer Levels. The queue is open but currently empty, so while we wait for submission, we'll fill a little bit of time with a warm-up level, which is something we haven't done in quite a long time. So we've got a lot to catch up on from the previous weeks, including, from the beginning of October, this new upload from Choo Choo, who was a part of 5 and 6 by MM, and also drew the Mii avatar artwork for the 7 MMC levels that had just been released over the past few weeks. So, easy levels apparently can't be fun. We're about to find out. Supernova, you're waiting for the queue to fill up so you can add your playtest in. Yeah, sounds like a plan. If you're still busy doing the clear check. Audio is off. Oh, you mean if you have some pitch issues? Yeah, let me just set up quickly. I mean, it's important to notice stuff at the beginning of the stream so we can fix it up as quickly as possible. Let me just make sure we've got a reset on this. I really do need to come up with a better audio monitoring setup so I can actually tell when there are some issues. But of course, I'm playing off the game audio, and the stream audio is always a couple of seconds behind, so a little tricky for me to take care of that the way I would like. So do let me know if there continue to be problems. And we haven't done anything yet. We just have the initial setup of the platform and its stumps going on. So let's just continue and let me know if it still sounds wrong. Some good luck wishes for the audio. Thank you very much, Supernova. Hopefully that will help. Okay, that was not the angle I wanted at all. We need to lower everything just a little bit more than that. As you can see, our momentum calculations today in this supposedly baby level could be going a lot better. Nice initial stack setup here, though. To the left and then up to the pound. This is why we do a warm-up at the beginning of the day. But yeah, audio had been fine lately when playing some other games like Splatoon and Monkey Island and so on. We generally hadn't run into issues, and so I thought the problem was resolved. Unfortunately, as you can see here, the blooper has already touched the lava, and fried squid is not so good for stepping, apparently. Yeah, I keep underestimating how quickly that stack is going to fall, and so that's a little bit unfortunate. Quick platform here, can't really be too complacent about it, and we lost far too much momentum going forward, and I think audio is dead already, isn't it? Let me check this. It is dead already, yeah. We've got to figure this out. It's been pretty bad to me this weekend. It's alright, Supernova. If you'd like a refund, I'm sure that could be arranged. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, generally the problem is on my computer's end because I'm on a bit of an aging warhorse of a machine. But sometimes I suspect there are maybe some additional issues with my cables or some other things, and so I have to reset something different every time just to see what's going on. Oh, I love this, except we didn't get close enough to the icicle to drop it. We were just about half a tile off of actually lowering the icicle the way I needed to in order to pass that obstacle. It caught me a little bit by surprise because I was jumping towards it and I'm thinking, there's no way the icicle's dropping on time, and I just didn't really see what the on-off switch was going to do to me there. So yeah, the reason why I'm miscalculating on the second squid is because the first platform here, as you can see, is on wings. That definitely made me complacent about the falling speed of the next platform that's going to involve the blooper, which is why we keep ending up just a little bit too low. Now let's get up here. I have to approach the icicle quite aggressively and also hold right to fall into it. If you don't hold right, not really going to be able to catch up to it the way that is needed. Well, let's just continue. And I keep miscalculating that. Yeah, because going with the same kind of timing that you do on the first blooper is enough to get fried with the squid. Moyako, welcome. Moyako, queue is open, and currently we're just getting this first warm-up level out of the way before we get to the viewer submissions, if applicable. And I hope you're doing well. Okay, that was quick, and I wonder about that pipe at the end. I think there was a spot earlier where it looked like I could get up to the ceiling, but we will check because the camera was constrained in such a way that perhaps this was only built in the bottom half. On the other hand, even if it is only built on the bottom half, if you could get up to the ceiling, you should be able to run all the way to the pipe at the end. I want to take a look at this quickly, and we will get to your level, Moyako, in just a moment. I won't be replaying this, but I'm kind of curious because there was seemingly a slot that did open up on top, and I do wonder about that. Because that pipe is suspicious. That's okay. We'll learn about it some other time. Let's get to first item in the queue, followed by Supernova's playtest after that. And Coolmans, welcome. Thank you for Seesaw Desert. You're in a position that's pretty soon as well. Go down, please. Yeah, do let me know. We've done everything up to here. We didn't get through flight challenges because I was having so much trouble with the spin fly segment the other day, but we can also do something new, so do let me know, Moyako, if you prefer that I continue. Because we can certainly do so. Yeah, just let me know if you have a particular preference. Yoshi as a puzzle. Survivor is easy. Clown Car is hard. Let's do Yoshi. Let me read the description first of all. Although, as I said, I am not confident enough in actually pronouncing the Spanish, so I think my rough understanding of it is solve each challenge with your mind and reflexes. So, play it, see how it goes. Okay, well, here's the Yoshi. And there will be a key that's available to me at some point. I think we just need to get Yoshi to swallow the key. In that case, why don't we just drop the POW over here? And that's not quite going to reach. However, let's see, nothing down here. Let me think about this, because I feel like Yoshi... I mean, the POW would kill all the munchers. But we wouldn't be able to reset the room if we do kill all the munchers. However, we are able to get an additional POW if we do that. This is just a tutorial and the real puzzle is after. Okay. That's important to know, because we do need to figure out the very basic concept of getting Yoshi up top. I think it's just going to be an up throw on the POW to get Yoshi to lift. Yeah. We're rusty, but not that rusty. And then I think we'll just go without Yoshi to the next room for now. And here, we're going to see what the P-switch interaction will be. With Yoshi heading up there. Yoshi can grab the bomb. And oh no, it's Fire Yoshi. Okay, of course. And I don't know if actually hitting the P-switch is going to do anything useful, but let's go up and continue. Another Yoshi. Looks like you can definitely send Yoshi up the left side here, but you have to be fairly precise to do that. And a note block would create a potential issue. I mean, Yoshi can actually... Oh, I see. That's the note block. It can push Yoshi back into position, perhaps. Yoshi needs to get up to the very top and get bounced on a note block while on top of the part that's trapped by the one-way panel. If Yoshi is able to take damage or otherwise get projected over, then he winds up on a conveyor and then stomps on the bomb. Interestingly enough, we have a coin over there, which I'm not exactly sure what it suggests, although notice that I can send Yoshi into a damaged state running back in this direction. Also, if I hit the P-switch, then of course the coin becomes a block. The other thing too... Oh, we totally need to reset this. Yeah, there's a very clear way for Yoshi to be in the damaged state, which is that... Hang on. Let's trap him behind a panel if we can. I don't think he's going to run anywhere, though, with the mushroom platform up top. Yes, he is. Okay. And then why do we want to do this? Because once you have the on-off state, you're able to exit and get Yoshi again and then damage boost with him over to the other side, unless there is any kind of automated switch reset, which there isn't. Okay, that's important. Because it means that if you have the P-switch stepped on, then you're able to create a platform through... Oh, we don't actually have a key, do we? Huh, hang on. Let's move up and see what's up here. Key is up there, we grab the key with Yoshi, and then we need to come back down. I see. Natcat, you got this one on your stream, okay. Yeah, so you do need Yoshi to take damage across, but you do need to have the coin transformed by the P block, although that's something that you can only do once. Because I feel like it's actually going to be a Yoshi and P stack. But then you would need to prevent Yoshi from running into the pit there. So you would need to do something to prevent Yoshi from running too far, and you'd have to trap him somehow. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand. So, yeah, I definitely need 3 tiles of height up to the door. We can get that with coin plus P by activating 1P plus Yoshi being trapped in that position. But the thing is, Yoshi must be trapped in that position in order to do this. And currently, I think the only way we can do that is if we go over by, for example, doing a side bounce on the blades instead of taking damage. So why don't we grab the P-switch of Yoshi, then we go up. We could also, by the way, use the spring. The spring would actually keep Yoshi in position, and it would also give me an additional tile to stand on, which is important. So that's actually something we could do. Particularly... Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Now that's a problem. Never mind. Hang on. Let's redo it. Natcat, you totally got the reference, yes. This is what happens when you come up with stream titles a minute or two before you go on stream. So yeah, you do need a coin block, which you can do with 1P. You do need a second coin, and then you... The thing is, you can do a Yoshi stack, but we don't need to, I realize now, because so long as you have... whoops. We kind of need to race it over, though, because... So long as you have a P plus P... rather coin... plus P plus the spring... And then I can actually get in the door without any kind of back bounce on Yoshi. I don't need to worry about taking damage with him. I can actually just run straight through, take damage, and go. So we will step on a P. Then we will go... no, hang on. No, let's do this again, just to work out the timing. then I feel like timing's not going to be my friend here. Oh, nope. Too late. Interestingly enough, you don't need the coin if you get over here with P plus Yoshi plus this. Because Yoshi's back bounce will give you an additional tile that you need. However, we are going to die in this attempt. Netcat, have I played DMC? Surprisingly, no, actually. I've played everything almost directed by Hideki Kamiya other than the original DMC and the shoot-'em-up game he released a year or two ago, Sol Cresta. But I played all the old ones like Beautiful Joe and Bayonetta, of course. With a new Bayonetta game coming out next week. And Okami, Wonderful 101, you know, that whole set. But surprisingly enough, I've actually not played the original DMC. We will incidentally almost certainly be streaming Bayonetta 3 when it releases next week. We'll still be doing viewer levels week to week as our regular thing here on the Maker stream, and I do want to catch up on some other Mario Maker projects over the next few days, but the next major non-Mario game we'll be doing is almost certainly going to be Bayonetta, and hopefully my stream holds up against that, because those games have a way of being very, very flashy. Now, here's the thing. Yoshi can stack on top of that. I feel like that's not going to be the approach I want, though, because of the simple fact. I think it is just going to be a time challenge to get over to the other side. Whoops. So the thing I'm talking about with the Yoshi stack is this. Typically, you can take advantage of the fact that objects bounce on Yoshi's back. You can use this as a door entry method that is 2 tiles high in a great many puzzles, and we've had a lot of puzzle solutions feature this. The issue right now is that in order to do that, I would have to survive for Yoshi to get across if the coin is expended. Clearly, the coin shouldn't be expended. Clearly, the coin has to be activated by one P-switch before you take a second P-switch over. The problem with that is that I can't do it quickly enough, apparently. That's Silent Boy. You remember this level from a long time ago, yeah? Well, it's my first time with it, so we'll see how it goes. So we can activate a P, and we can grab the second P, but then it's a bit of a time challenge to get upstairs early enough for everything to happen properly. Because you must activate one P in order for a second P to spawn here, unless, of course, you grab the P switch from the previous room. Which I don't think we can, because this platform is too high. However, you know what? Alright, let's be a little cheesy here. Let's see if we can do it. Oh, the problem is currently the P won't quite land the way I want. But I bet we can do something with this. Yeah, it's going to bounce off, but if I reverse Yoshi's direction... Watch this. I reverse Yoshi's direction, and then I jump off. This is totally not the intended solution, and I don't care. The problem now, however, is getting on Yoshi without losing the P, or losing Yoshi. Let's see if we can do it. There we go. Perfect. So now, we have a P-switch that we can activate whenever we want. In fact, we don't even need to activate it. We can just stack 2 P-switches on top of each other. And that'll be fine. And we totally cheese this. So we do 1 P-switch. We do 2 P-switches. And we don't want to do that because I forgot to do the whole on-off interaction first. But you get the idea that that was what we were trying to do. Alright, fine. Well, let's try it again. With the cheese method. And Zucchini, welcome. Good to see you here. And incidentally, thank you for the submission, that Silent Boy. What happened to my Yoshi? Hang on. Wait a minute. Let's do this again. Oh, yeah, no, let's do this again. Actually, I didn't even need to take Yoshi back with me. Yeah, you got us level 2 years ago or so. That's... what I've been told, that it's been kicking around for some time. We're going to steal this. And this time, we're not going to forget about the first P over here. Okay. So P in the previous room. Anyway, we're going to grab... This P in the previous room is currently on top of the platform. We'll put that out of the way just so we can deal with it. And we'll stack the spring last, so we don't have to deal with doing a P jump. Okay, do this. We'll do this. This totally does not feel like the intended solution, but it does feel like my solution. And we need to not forget to actually get the key. That might be a bit of an important step here. That's easily overlooked. Hopefully the spit makes it all the way through the wall, and it will. And we'll have to take some damage here first. Whoa. That's not what I expected. Okay, a bit of a mechanical error there, shall we say. Let's fix that up. That's okay. We should be able to sort this out without too much trouble. Wouldn't this cheat switch turn that coin into a brick? We don't want to... if you step on a P-switch, yes, but I'm trying to cheese the puzzle by bringing an extra P-switch from the previous room so I don't have to deal with the coin. It does turn a coin into a brick. The issue with that is that I don't have enough time to deal with it, really. And so it's an easier solution. And I'm not playing it for speed, I'm trying to play it for cleanliness, basically. I'll show you what I mean in just a moment. We'll show you what I mean. So I figured that if we steal the P from the previous room, then I don't need to play against a timer in the next room. I'm trying to avoid having to do something quickly, and I'll show you, because ordinarily you would only have access to one P at a time here. You would step on the first P and you would grab a second P from the pipe and then you would spit it over. And you would stack 3 objects: coin, P, and sideways trampoline. We're going to stack P, P, and sideways trampoline and forget about the coin, because that way I don't need to deal with the P-switch expiry. And we don't need to worry about the countdown timer at all. So that's why I'm taking the approach that I'm taking. Now let's move things out of the way so we don't accidentally step on them. And let's try the same interaction as before, except this time we'll try to have a bit of a cleaner solution to the problem of what it was we were doing with Yoshi. Let's grab this first. And grab this and take it down, perhaps. We'll have to come back up anyway, but, you know. So the idea is that I would take this. Hang on. Bounce. Then, I take this. Rather, Yoshi can grab it. Bounce. And then, bounce. Now, I have a couple of invincibility frames when I lose Yoshi, and I think the best way to do it is just for me to take damage like this and step on a door, and then we'll go. That worked out a lot better, in fact, than what I was doing before. So now we need to figure out where this key is located. I feel like it's going to be one of the node blocks. because we can't actually get the key with Yoshi's tongue in this room. I wonder if the green pipe is a reset. Let's check it. Yeah, it is a reset. Okay. That's very important to know. And next thing to check is how the POW stacks are going to go, because as you can see, when you have some munchers that are kind of hard stacked in the editor, or soft stacked by falling on top of each other, there's actually a bit of a subtle difference in the interaction. And you can see that that POW is going to take down 2 stacks like that. That was just a kind of demonstration. We're not really going to do it that way. I think the idea is that you want the Koopa to walk over to the note block on the other side. And to do that, you need to unstack the munchers in a slightly different way. Yeah, to do that, you actually do need to kind of use Yoshi to pick everything apart here, bit by bit. So for example, you can do this. And I think the way that you do it is you take advantage of the Koopa shell wake up that happens. Where you get the Koopa out of its shell, or bounce it from below or something, and then reposition it. Or you just use Yoshi to spit it out and hope for the best. I don't know what's holding the key, but I'm pretty sure it is going to be a note block. You did this room in a completely different way. Well, I mean, I haven't done it in any way yet, so we'll see how this is going to go. Because the thing that occurs to me here is... yeah, either you send Yoshi to the note block or you send the Koopa to the note block. It has to be one of the two. Yoshi could potentially do a run by taking damage. And that may actually be what we wind up doing. But you have to remove the POW regardless in order to do anything like that. And you have to remove Koopa as well. So why don't we actually just take the Koopa shell for a moment. And then... I actually wanted to take damage to get Yoshi to move over there, but we can alternatively just fire the shell across this single tile gap. Oh, nope, that's gonna get blocked. But we have the one-way panel here too, which Yoshi cannot spit across. This is a bad idea, and we'll do it. Hang on. Speaking of solutions that are almost certainly unintended. Okay, we're in a bad situation here. Let's reset this. Where did that sideways trampoline even come from? Oh, it came from the note block. Okay. That might be interesting. Alright. That case... yeah, so we can also do a POW drop to have the Koopa have a place to walk on, but he'd basically have to face right first. And you'd have to somehow drop the POW over him. Okay. Let's see here. Do I want to swallow him, or do I want to kick the Koopa to the right? Let's say I want to kick the Koopa to the right. Oops. I said kick the Koopa to the right. And die. No, that's perfectly alright, because the Koopa walks over once you do the kick. You can see from its position that when it resumes walking, it's just going to walk over. So that was actually correct, I just needed to not land on a muncher at the end. And Art Pop, welcome. We're doing pretty well over here. Looking forward to the continuation of your Super World, presumably. Anyway, we're going to do this room the usual way and the next room the cheesy way. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Supernova, definitely looking forward to what you've been up to. I know you've been doing some building streams lately, but honestly, I haven't really seen the results. Because I knew they'd be sent to me eventually anyhow. Okay. We will not step on P yet. We will do this one at a time. Definitely wonder if I can send Yoshi across somehow. Might be interesting to do so, in fact. Like, if you place the sideways spring in just a way that allows you to take damage, and anyway, we won't worry about that too much. A second Yoshi isn't going to help me too much here. But I have the right idea, I'm pretty sure. That we get Yoshi to grab the second POW, then we step onto Koopa Shell, and we just need to not die. So yeah, the Koopa resumes walking. That's the P. Oh, the P? Why P? We need Yoshi to get lifted. Oh, probably because maybe the location of the key is actually just very high, or... Oh, no, wait. No, this is silly. We actually just... We need Yoshi to stand on something here. The reason I say that is because there is this weird edge case scenario where Yoshi's tongue has a different range depending on how you stand and how you crouch. And so we actually want a 3-block high series of objects to stand on. We have 3 blocks. We have P, Shell, and Sideways Spring, although I think there's a particular order these would have to go in to not kill the shell, so... Yeah, 7 solutions here. I don't know if that would include all the different object combinations, but... possibly. I'm just thinking about the order, because Shell can't be on top. But I think the P sits on top of Shell, right? Let me not jump to any conclusions just yet. Let's go up and grab the Shell before we do anything else. Speaking of grabbing the Shell, I guess we'll take Yoshi... Oh. That was a miscalculation. Yeah, no, I want to stack 3 objects, and then use Yoshi's tongue to grab the key from there, so... Yeah, so that's the only key, and we do need to just position Yoshi in a way that he's able to grab that with a tongue. We'll do it. Okay. Up we go. Maybe with a little more success than that, let's do this. Okay, there we go. I was kind of wondering if those blocks would sabotage my efforts here, but no, we're okay. We'll in fact move Yoshi up. Then All our business up there. And do the triple stack as before. Good. I was a little worried about my shot accuracy there, but we made it. You know, if we just need Yoshi to stand on multiple objects, why am I even using the POWs? There's no... Oh, because... Yeah, no, we don't even need to use the POWs, because I originally thought that the note block would give me a key. And it doesn't. And so, why would we bother with that? When I can just take the POWs. Because we wouldn't have a third object to stand on. The reason for that being that you can't make a POW plus shell stack. But we don't need to kill the second POW. Yes, we do. Yeah, so the one-way panel is a problem here, so we'll... Whoops. Oh, that's not how I expected things to go. That is how I wanted to unstack things, but not what I was going for. Because I wanted to have... In the end, POW Spring Koopa, we actually want to unstack that while avoiding destroying this POW, so we can use the POW as part of the stack. You can get POWs in a shell to stack. You can get shells on top of the POW. Oh, I guess you can. I was thinking about like what object's going to destroy the shell. Let me... Hang on, that's not what I wanted to do, but let me do a reset here. Since there's no object removal to reset, let me just test this out here. In order to do that, though, we would still need access to the second POW using the, Yeah, okay, you can totally get that as stack, but we would still need access to an additional object. Because... in this case, we're fine. Okay, we have it then. Oh. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the logic sometimes of what object drops do in fact kill other objects and which ones don't. You would think that after having done so many stacking puzzles that involve getting platforms up to doors and such, that it would have this down to second nature by now, but apparently not. Yeah, we need the top stack to remain, however. Okay, why don't we just stick with the method I had previously then, and... No, I think I know what method I want here. I think I know what I want to do. Timorio, welcome. Looking forward to your submission. Okay, we're totally going to take out the shell first. Or, well... No, we don't want to do that because the shell will die to a POW hit. We want the shell to start out on top of the POW stack. But we can do the triple unstack that we saw previously. No, we can't, because the Koopa will walk. We can't kill the top muncher. We need to kill all of these bottom ones here. Let's stick with the established method I had then. In that case, let's go with this. We had the right idea earlier, we just had poor execution. We'll do one further unstack. We will then, this time, make sure I don't lose access to the shell. Because then we have 3 objects that we can work with. Okay, the P bounce is a bit of an issue. Wait, let me check one thing. Let's check soft drop shell over P. That was not a soft drop. Hang on. Let's not spin jump on a shell by mistake. Yeah, that's gonna work, and then we stack on top. Okay, just wanted to do a bit of a test here. So why don't we do this? Then we do this. Then we try not to mess this up too badly. No, that's why it doesn't work. However, it looks extremely fancy. Yeah, so P bounce on top of the shell was the issue here. Let's shut this up for a moment. No, I should know that. That was silly. And yeah, no, it has to be shell first, and it's the P bounce on top of the shell that I want to prevent, but if the shell is in a good position, where it's kind of half a tile away, then it's going to be okay. So, we'll be fine. No, I remembered that. I just wasn't thinking. There we go. Then we have a bit of a bounce. There we go. And then, which object are we going to take with us? Definitely spring, I think. I think that's going to be most useful. Oh, okay, object check, never mind. Interestingly enough, it's not really a strict object check if... Yeah, if I just carried something without holding Yoshi, I would actually have been able to carry it over. But we'll not do that for the moment. Then we can think ahead to which item might actually be useful here. Ooh, poison mushrooms all over the place. You need to think about them being attracted in a night theme. Whereas most power-ups are repelled. Yoshi can grab fire eggs over here if first you grab Yoshi. You know what? You can just, first of all, land accurately. Then get Yoshi to dispense with that over on the left side, unless we need the mushrooms for any kind of weighted element. But anyway, let's grab this. Where do we need fire? We need fire for the bomb, so let's take Red Yoshi down. And there we are. Natcat, it's a general kind of P and unit interaction. It's the same with the P bounce on top of Yoshi, for instance. That there's a slightly different logic to the stacking interactions. Oh, time's up. Okay, we're at checkpoint, though. We can just redo this. Oh, you mean in terms of the offset for the tongue? Yeah, I remember learning the tongue offset for the Tetrateryx puzzle that was made for 4YM, the Yoshi Not Ridden. Because there was a particular solution in that one that was all about extending Yoshi's tongue range by that one tile, where... Yeah, Yoshi does interact a little differently. Depending on what you're standing on and whether you have a low tongue or high tongue, I think. I don't recall the specifics. It's a very obscure edge case rule. We'll take green. We can always get another red if we absolutely need to. Okay. We already have access to a green here, but that's fine. It looks like the purpose would be to use the poison mushroom, which would then activate this thing to the left. But then you would need that to be clawed over to the other side, which means that we actually want to take damage first to load a Yoshi onto the claw, unless... Well, let me think, because the key is in that location. That means I actually do want to walk with Yoshi to the other side. I would not be able to do so unless I get pushed through somehow. But we can also take a shell, and the purpose here is that the mushroom prevents the shell from being caught by the claw, so that's done. Looks like we have a choice of Yoshis here as we deal with the Muncher stack on the left side. Interestingly enough, we're limited to 2 Yoshi eggs though, so I feel like we need to dump one of these Yoshis and reset through the room because otherwise the spawning will not quite work the way I want. Yeah, because you do need both. And I think the idea here is that you need to deflect the bomb over to the on-off switch with 2 consecutive shots perhaps, and then, or just 1 shot. And then that will gradually stack POWs. And if you drop 3 POWs, then... yeah, you need multiple shots, and then afterwards Yoshi is able to grab all of the POWs and take out the Munchers on the left side. Okay. That's done. Well, sure, we can keep Yoshi. I don't see why not. And down we go. Yeah, once again, keeping Yoshi actually created a problem here. And it's a problem that we can only resolve by resetting because we have the 2 egg limit, and we do need 1 Yoshi of each type. Anyway, we have Gooms on the left that are accessible. We also have a bomb that is accessible here if we need. The other thing is that... yeah, I can just fire at that directly. And I would need something to deflect that shell, probably a Goom throw. And you need a shell to hit the POW in order to drop the Muncher, which then allows Green Yoshi to pick up the key. So. Whoops. Oh, no, Yoshi just swallows this completely. What you need is this guy. And you need to stack them. It's not a Goom, of course not. You need a triple stack. Yeah, we might as well just leave Yoshis behind unless we know we need them. As that Silent Boy was suggesting, it seems like the level kind of expects you to drop Yoshi from room to room. Final boss, apparently. We'll deal with these one at a time. Also, I can just take damage with them, but that's going to be of limited use. We do actually want to send these over to limit the number of spawners I have to deal with. That's okay. We'll... yeah, as you can see, there are 3 claws up top that will catch 3 poison mushrooms and allow me to send an object across the conveyors. So... Centrix is lactose intolerant. Very sorry to hear that. It's a great inconvenience. Unless, of course, you just mean that in jest in response to Booper Nova over there. Okay, so it captures 3. And then the last thing is that we'll send a shell over to the on-off switch. We just needed that guy out of the way while we get the shell to do its job. And then that's okay. If we take some damage, we'll just get on the other Yoshi and take more damage to make a total wreck of things. Yeah, so as you can see, the bomb is going to be sent over to conveyor in the bottom right. So we need to cycle through it and hit the bomb with the red Yoshi to blow up each successive ice block until the bomb is able to progress all the way to the bottom right and drop the stack of blasters entirely. That's okay. We just need 3 claws captured up top. And we'll just send 1 additional poison mushroom around the cycle. And yeah, if in doubt, we should just step on a Yoshi, because if we can absorb a mushroom that way, then all is good. Except we do need to step on Mr. Green here. You feel like a MatPat trying to make a theory. Whoops. I recognize the name MatPat, but I'm not totally sure I know who that is. Although, this is what happens where you're on Twitch long enough, is that you have to sort out who's who. That sounds familiar to me, and maybe if you jog my memory, I do know who that is. And why he's so theoretical. Whoops, here's a shell. We should have actually retained one poison mushroom so we don't run into this issue. And also notice that if we run all the way across after we make a mistake, you have to deal with the poison mushrooms all over again, which is not ideal. MatPat owns the Game Theory channel on YouTube. Okay. That's why it's familiar. Big YouTuber. Yeah, I've almost certainly seen something by MatPat Link before, but I can't remember what off the top of my head. Whoa, no, all of that's going to drop if we run over, so let's not run over. In general, that's the risk factor of losing access to one shell is that we do need to drop all the mushrooms to start over. And we don't want to do that. Hey, this is much more manageable. We'll leave all these alive. Then we'll blow up the bombs. And then the cycle will begin anew. And then, since we have 3 poison mushrooms already loaded and ready to go, we just let Claws catch them. And the next shot should not be too difficult. Until, of course, this happens. And you just load everything once again, and then get on Mr. Red. Shot number 2. What about food theory and film theory? 2 subjects that are very intimately connected. And here we go. I've actually been to talks by scholars of culinary history. It's actually a very interesting subject, like cultural history of food and national cuisines and such. Anyway, I feel like the bomb... Not the bomb. The dry bones here are holding the key, but in order to deal with them, we need... What? I'm able to light a bomb down below. I'm also able to toggle the on-off switch if I do so. Notice this muncher that's in the middle of nowhere up here too. Oh, I can just deflect the bomb, bones. That's what it is. I never really think about that because the bone projectiles have such a unique behavior in this game that is unlike anything else with their triple shot spread and everything. That I feel like it's actually not used that often. We'll just collect everything here and fly. Fly. Forget about the star. We need to check what lies up above. Nothing. So we'll exit. And thank you to the patience of everybody waiting in queue. I know that one took me a little bit a while, and I've been hurting that silent boy's brain all this time by analyzing the level, which doesn't sound healthy. That was Yoshi's Journey. And we'll mark that as a win and move on with the queue. So let me just make sure we don't have to clear any subs first. You thought Mario was jump, throw, and kill. Well, on this stream I think that seems like a very unfamiliar concept. So here's Supernova. A playtest, as I understand it, which might be jump, throw, and kill, for all we know. And let me check the current state of the list just so I know how manageable things are. Yeah, Supernova, let me know when I should refresh to grab the playtest. It's up, okay, great. Long-legged Larry. Otherwise known as a leisure suit level. Harder platforming level for your man, Casper 189. Look at that, a 0% clear rate. Or rather, a divide by 0 error. It's jump dash Z and Y, the L of K. While also, if Goomba hits a corner, Mario disappears to the back room. Yeah, exactly. Very sophisticated. It's important to know this stuff. I totally didn't pay attention to where that platform was going. Let's... First of all, yeah, the burner here adds a little bit of initial time pressure, so that's what that's doing. And then, look at that come up. We needed to jump on the burner to the left and then hit the question block, which will then spawn something for me. Yeah, heading right ahead is almost certainly a bad idea. That's what the icicle is trying to prevent. You're, in fact, strongly encouraged to jump on this thing first. But I wanted to see what would happen, so that's what happens. Also, sound is dead already. Yeah, let's, yep. Let's fix that once again. Sorry about the problems here. It's actually dead on my local side here too right now, so I'm glad nobody's sending me music levels yet, because we'll have to make a couple of fixes if that does happen. I've had tons of production problems this week. And so, those of you submitting your levels, bear with me. I hope we have a viewable experience. And you can actually jump directly to that next Rising Blaster. Okay. Because it looks like it is triggered by the bomb. When the bomb falls, that is what then causes the blaster to rise up. So that's the mechanism. Or at least the... Yeah. So it looks like the bomb, when it hits, maybe it's making contact with... destroying an obstruction that allows the blaster to proceed. It might be Seesaw Tech, looking at it. Yeah, and so you do need to maintain height on all of this for a while. I am way too late on that bomb, as you can see. We're supposed to get on that bomb and then get over here. It looked like there was supposed to be a bomb kick to the right. That location. Yeah, this is supposed to teach you, I think, that bomb equals blaster. And you just need a full jump cycle to get up on a platform. Whoops, I totally missed a jump there, just slipped out. Supernova, you're saying something isn't going to work? I don't know what part you mean, unless you mean encouraging the player to read bomb equals blaster and to kind of understand that there is going to be a left or right priority sequence for the platforming. Yeah, there's a bit of a long dip there on that platform depending on when I enter the blue platform as well, so we'll see. That's okay, I don't mind seeing a little more of it in case we reveal anything else that you might want to revise. I don't mind pushing a little bit further. Because you never know, right? I mean, you don't want to be in a situation where you take something back in the shop and then we just reveal another critical bug immediately afterwards or something. Unless it's a really significant design change that you're trying to sort out here. Yeah, I think part of the issue here is that initially when you see the yellow platform going down for the first time, you don't actually have an estimate of how long it's going to dip. So when it scrolls in on camera, I don't know what my timing is for that cycle in order to get back on it. And whether it's feasible for me to get back on it at all, which perhaps the idea is that I'm supposed to jump up to the second blaster pretty much right away. Whoop. Yeah, and as you can see, I was actually a little late on that. Perhaps too quick on the bomb, who knows? We'll see. We'll try to get over to that big bomb again so we can take another look at that mechanism and perhaps try to discern what it was intended to do. And yeah, nice full jumps on that platform. Seemed to be the way to go. No, I was supposed to spin on that and then hit the question block. That was not going to go. That was clearly going to spawn a bomb that would then do another switch activation once it lands in a pit in the middle. The bomb has to walk over to do that. Unless I'm supposed to dunk a bomb. Maybe I'm supposed to dunk the flying bomb in the bottom middle instead of spinning on it. Because there is something there that's encouraging me to land a bomb in that location like it's going to be the activation point for the on-off switch. But we'll have to see that for ourselves. Whoop. Go. Whoop. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm going to be a little late here every time, I think. Awesome Lab, welcome. So yeah, Supernova, we'll stick with this a little bit longer to try to figure out what your intention there was, in case there are any suggestions that we can make or anything that we'd want to reconsider. So, no need to jump out of this right away. I lost a spin there. Am I supposed to suspend that with multiple spins? Or... because after I hit the question block, I need a landing point, and I haven't seen what my landing point is going to be. We'll have to get that there, get back there and take a look. Whoops. It's not going to be a second bomb kick unless you kick it to the right, perhaps. You're clearly supposed to spawn that bomb in the question block, but I don't know currently where the landing after the question block will be, unless it's a matter of landing on the bomb twice. And yeah, it's just going to get dunked right away if it hits the left side wall. If it hits the right, if it is projected to the right, then I have a chance to perhaps land on a bomb a second time. If it's projected to the left, then we will always die because the bomb drops straight down and outpaces us. So we'll try it with a spin kick to the right this time. And yeah, again, not really much of a chance to get in position after that. So. And I know Supernova probably doesn't want to comment on that yet because you'd want to see how I approach it on a blind read, but it'll be interesting to see what the actual intention is there when we flew into it. Mail64, welcome. Cat, you forgot that message. That's okay. All you've done is draw attention to yourself. And here we go. I'm still unsure about this, because I haven't found a way to land after bomb plus question block. Because of the saw blade in the bottom left corner, we don't have a place to kick the bomb a second time. And... alright, let's try this again then. Yeah, the temporary code from Mail64 to reserve your spot before your playtest, totally understandable. This is actually exactly the situation with this playtest I'm doing for Supernova right now, so... Yeah, also you do need a bit of a running jump here whenever you get off the platform to survive for long enough. A stationary jump will not be quick enough. Oop, nope. Bit of a narrow window there, but we'll figure it out. The other thing that occurs to me here is that if timings are an issue, since you have auto-scroll going on anyway, maybe you don't necessarily need to have these falling blue lifts everywhere as the time constraint. If there are certain cycles where going from blue lift to yellow lift is just going to be awkward. It's not like you need any kind of lock prevention with destroying the path behind the player when the auto-scroll is already kind of doing that for you, right? So maybe there are a couple of different ways to solve this. I still don't know where to land here. It's just spikes in the saw blade down below, and the bomb isn't being kicked in a position that allows me to get a second bounce. Kicking it on the left wall isn't giving me enough time to bounce up on it a second time. I also think that maybe the thing that this level is encouraging me to do is to follow a bomb towards the lava on the trust that a blaster is going to spawn in that location. Because the blasters do spawn quickly enough that if you're just following the bomb by a very minor distance, then you can land safely, and it's actually a very comfortable landing. Like here, for instance, you just land directly, and it goes up. And aha! Okay, that's a lot better, actually. If the idea is to dunk the bomb inside the arrows. The biggest oversight here is that you can jump back on the yellow platform after jumping on it. Yeah, as I was just saying, it seems like the intention here... Oh, I see what you mean. So you're not supposed to do that at all, because you are trying to encourage the player to jump directly after the bomb on Faith. I see. I see. So that is what you're trying to do. And in fact, the timings work much, much cleaner if you don't do that. What happens if that blows up? Nothing. Yeah, because I can see now that it's actually thrown off my entire timing relative to your intended path through the auto-scroll that I'm getting back on yellow. I assume that you have yellow there. Well, because you want that platform to be reusable across both locations, where you land on the right and the left. No. You hit the first bomb to the left because it gets to the on-off switch, and then... Yeah, because you have a second activation on the on-off switch if the bomb is kicked to the left. Okay, that's understandable. So you're supposed to jump after the vertical tracks on Faith, like Hiss. And then... no. Kick to the... Arrow says right, though, but I'm kicking to the left. And left would open up the on-off switch, and you do need to open up the on-off switch. So... And the second bomb, I think... is supposed to walk into the lava. So let's say that blows up. There we go. Yes, that's it. That's it. Because you're trying to get me to notice the vertical track there and understand that even when the vertical tracks are connected all the way to the top, all that's telling you is that the path of the blaster is going to seal all the way to the top, as it does here in this very early element. Yeah, we should have understood how to read that. That vertical tracks always mean blasters will come up as soon as you hit base, which means that you can do that, which means that if you do that early enough, you can jump over to the yellow platform before the next bomb walks its way over. Okay, I understand that. So we'll do that instead. Then we'll walk this way. I feel like I was supposed to continue at that point. Instead of just riding the block forever. The way it was doing. It's alright, we'll do that once again. Oh, I see. No, this is a bomb kick sequence. It's a bomb kick sequence because it's supposed to raise another tower on the column where the blue blocks were. Yeah. That's why there's a right arrow. You actually specifically do not want that bomb to walk its way into the pit. I misinterpreted the arrow as indicating that I want the bomb to fall in that location, walking in, when it's actually quite the opposite. You want the bomb kick as a series of spins that will then, or even a single spin that will then raise the next blaster that you're looking for. Okay. Here we go. Nope, too late. I actually have to jump to the left. And if I jump on the bomb and spin it, then the yellow block looks like it's going to be kind of in my way, though. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. Yes, SM Piano, I am still accepting levels, and many compliments to SM Piano, by the way, on the music tracks that you did for the Phil Wool levels for 7MMC. In fact, that Lambada track has been in my head all day long, incessantly. To the extent that I read about its interesting copyright history, that apparently the big Lambada dance hit was involved in a major plagiarism lawsuit in the 1980s. That was, I suppose, a big deal at the time. And yeah, queue is still open. It might be a while to get to you, though. And also, I have massive sound problems on my stream today, which will hopefully clear up by the time I get to yours. If you do have a music level coming. And this time it's not a music level, I see. Yeah, that's alright. So yeah, it might be a little while, but we will be leaving the queue open for a while longer, and I do have a policy of always trying to clear, or at least attempt, everything that is sent to me before closing. Usually takes a few hours after we close the queue, but we do it. There we go. Whoops. Yeah, I wanted to jump on that a little bit earlier to raise this platform. Okay, I got it. We've got a bit of a spam fest here. Let me just make sure I've got all of this stuff out of the way. Sorry about the interruption. Yeah, you're counting on it taking a while because because you haven't uploaded yet. That's the case for a few people in the queue, so no worries about that. We're slow pokes around here. Hang on. Yeah, so I can land back on top of that block. I'm not big, so it's not going to be destroyed or anything, and maybe that's a cleaner pattern to get to where we want. Alright, go. Yeah, okay. The sequence here is going to be bomb, bomb, and get back onto the left side blaster while you wait for the second one to come up. But you do want to hit the 2 bombs consecutively first, because that's when they're going to be properly aligned on the column that is going to activate the blasters down below. Wrong way. Is it hard to handle chat in general? It depends on what you mean by handle. No, it's not. I mean, I've got one window open for the game, one window open for chat, and I just have to reach over and type commands from time to time. And also, if I'm doing something that requires a great deal of concentration, then I just fall behind reading for a while. You just bought a capture card on a whim. Yeah. I would say that a dual monitor setup is pretty much necessary, one for the game and one for the stream management. And if you have anything else to ask about that, there are a couple of streamers in the room here, and I'd be happy to assist with anything you need to know, although as you can see, I've got all kinds of production problems here on my end as well, which I'm hoping to fix before too long. I'm basically on a really aging machine that I didn't know I would be using for streaming for as long as I have, and I'm hoping to do a new PC build sometime in the next couple of months. That will ideally resolve some of these issues. Okay, just need to watch the cloud carefully here. The bomb is going to raise another column. And up we go. Yeah, that seems like a much cleaner pattern now. Seems like we spin left, get on this. Look at that, we're finally playing some Mario here, and only to get caught by the cannonball. Then it's going to be spin on top of the spiny. If you lower the platform, then the bomb below the spiny is going to raise a column. But then yeah, you need a couple of consecutive jumps to get out of there. A2 Hegemon, you also have a level you'd like to add, but it's not made yet. Well, that's okay. You've got plenty of time given how slowly I tend to go around here. Yeah, the thing about handling a stream, we missed both shots here. You're on a Surface Pro, but streaming would be like 720 to 30. Yeah, I'm doing 720 and 60 with occasional 720 and 30 for games that only run at 30. Video recording I can do at 1080 60, no problem. But obviously live streaming is quite a bit more intensive. And I'm thinking I might have to dial it down to 720 and 30 for much of the time anyway, because we just have so many CPU throttling issues that are leading to things like sound problems. At least on my current build. But we'll see. Oops. And we are progressing. And up we go. And even if you're not necessarily doing live streaming, I find a capture card to be a very valuable asset. Especially for things like Mario Maker, if you need to swap playtests with people, or if you just need to show off something for troubleshooting purposes to somebody who might need to see how things are looking on the back end. All sorts of useful applications. And okay, up we go. Yeah, you're mostly watching Twitch on mobile. Oops. There we go. A little bit late on that every time now. Ah, yes, and trailers, of course, if you are editing things together. I think for people who are doing Super Worlds in particular, as I know you are, that trailer marketing is one of those things that can actually convert to quite a lot of plays. Having known a number of people who have done that. Oops, up we go. Okay. Alright, let's be quick and not in that direction, we don't. Okay, so Supernova, I'm going to see if I can at least get out of this first section. I know that, of course, this is a work in progress and that you already have some things you want to rethink, but I do want to see a little more of it if we can, just to give you as much useful playtest data as we can manage. Whoops. Whoops. Spent too long on that platform. And okay, let's do this. And this. Whoops. Making a lot of adjustments after landing that sometimes get me to spill over the corner, so. Yeah, and you know, Supernova, we all win when makers like you take playtesting seriously, as you always have done, so. It's a win-win situation for me, too. Now we have an excellent finished level to eventually look at the end, once I stop bumping into the turn blocks under the spike. So we still need to think ahead to that final area with the platform that has a bomb stacked on it and a spiny above that. It's going to be spin jumps on top of the spiny, but we need to determine how that's going to look in relation to dropping the platform. And we'll have to take a look at that, whoops, when we get to it. Okay, much more accurate that time. Yeah, just got nudged off by the cloud before we could make that jump. And that's Silent Boy, you don't know what to do for 7-4. So are you planning to do the full 40 course load for yours? Whoops, there you are. Oh, yeah, everything was behind a step there. As always, thank you to all of you waiting in queue for your patience. Because we're a bit of a playtesting centered stream, it does mean that we mess up, sometimes more deliberately than others. And whoops. Now we kind of take things at a bit of a slower pace here than a lot of other viewer queues. hopefully it's valuable to you, as to makers. Oh, nope, just missed that jump. I was trying to jump off the question block and land below, and then we just got back on the question block. It's 7 airship, you're saying, and a Koopaling boss fight, yeah. I feel like to this day I still see a surprising diversity of ideas with Koopaling fights, even in relatively traditional contexts. You know, Koopaling fights are often just as good as the rooms that they're in, and still a ton of level design to do around that. For a pre-castle level, not so bad ideas like the exterior. Last level, yeah, I know what you mean. Hangar before the airship takeoff, kind of like an airport. Yeah, if you want something that's kind of thematically connected. Not everybody's Superworld is guided by that, of course, but, you know, for people who are very aesthetically minded and want a real sense of place. I feel like there's more you can do aesthetically with traditional Superworlds in Maker 2 than people give it credit for. Anyway, let's go down here. Let's do this accurately this time, and this accurately land on the left. There we are. We're a little late here. Oh no, we got it. And then, whoa, no, we missed it. Yeah, Supernova will try to make it up to the exit here. At the very least. It's pretty approachable so far, we just totally flubbed the initial read. So I was understanding what you were trying to tell me about how I should think about these obstacles in terms of timing. As you can see, you only have one very brief opportunity on that cloud to knock down the bomb. If you land a little too late on the cloud, you are pretty much going to be dead already, so no time to waste here. And yeah, that is the key, I think, that the thing you want to communicate as early as you can is that the idea is that jumping towards a track above an abyss on the trust that a blaster is going to come up in time is kind of the core idea of what reading the timings on this level is all about. And I get that now, and it feels very smooth now that I get that, because the timings just kind of explain themselves, but until that point, it was definitely something that I was kind of running against repeatedly for a couple of attempts, as you saw earlier. I'm just thinking about what can be done with that, but whoops. As you can see, sometimes the timings can be a little giving as well, and so we kind of need to catch up to the auto-scroll. Now I feel like I'm back on track. Oh, can't miss. Yeah, because if you miss, then you're just dead, which is fine. That's just a difficulty tuning. You feel like you can replace the two lift setups with something that works, the level will work. Yeah. It's just one of those things that, you know, in terms of the whole pattern of jumping towards lava after a bomb, if the player understands that right away, then everything else feels, I think, immediately very comprehensible in turn. Because if you just have the mindset of, like, this is how the level is supposed to look, then it's a pretty smooth experience. Okay, let's not be shot by the cannonballs. This is the main problem we're running into here. I feel like I didn't have that time to stall. But we'll jump in. checkpoint 1. So we'll see how long I take it from here. It looks like Yoshi Egg here is specifically part of a blaster blocking setup, perhaps, to get a Yoshi loaded off screen into. Oh, maybe not. This is just a transitional screen? No, it says Go Larry. Okay. Could use the track to control the lift timings better. Yeah, I would advise against that for the same reason. That I feel like you need the player to notice as soon as possible that the tracks are not part of a background mechanism and that they are signifying track equals blaster column. And I think it is absolutely critical, as you've just said, that for this level it needs to look absolutely clean. Now here, this part of the level is all about manually placing the bombs in the locations that you want. I get that. And yeah, I know that's a massive design challenge to get everything to straighten out without having visible tracks part of your design. That question block is supposed to be hit by the shell on the right side. That's pretty clear to me here as well. Yeah, and then I feel like maybe spin kicking the bomb might be better here instead of doing a throw. But I don't know how far it's going to go with a spin kick, so I need to... Not far enough, actually. Interestingly enough. And you gotta do a Lemmy boss fight. Yeah, I guess if that's one of your Koopalings still unaccounted for. Absolutely. So, I feel like if the bomb is about to walk off the edge of the platform, a spin to the right followed by a landing on the track column is the way to go here, unless we're meant to do a throw first. As you can see, I'm making contact about one tile too far to the left, and so we just need to find something comfortable here. No, and we obviously can't let it dip. Yeah, I guess this is mostly a bit of a throwing accuracy test, although perhaps there is a bit of trial and error to it, which I guess is why it's right after checkpoint. Not quite confident on where my spacing should be in order to get the landing to go, especially because I'm going down on a platform at the same time, so... Yeah, it's still hitting too quickly. The down arrow is interesting there, because the down arrow is aligned to the left of that column. I feel like I'm still supposed to learn from earlier in the level and place the bomb directly on that track in order to make things go, because that's how the entire level has worked up to that point. But the placement of the down arrow makes me question that, and I don't know if I am supposed to be questioning that. So, Supernova, if you... I get what I mean here. That for the entire level up to this point, including the big bomb segment just before pipe... Yeah, there we go. We've assumed that's how things are going to work. I need to jump over the bomb to get to the other side, and then I hit the on-off switch to lower it in the pit. Once you lower it in the pit, then you have a column to stand on, and then you spin jump on top of the blue fuzzy. Okay. Tomorio, not able to stay today. Sorry to hear that we took a little too long for you. We'll try to catch up on yours in good time. Oh, whoops. Nope. On-off switch on the other side. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, nice thing about Lemmy is that he's, first of all, totally unique in this game. And secondly, that you can create a lot of non-lethal ideas with him that don't really have an equivalent anywhere else. Whoops. And here we go. Nope, that was a miss. Yeah, and you only have so much time on the auto scroll, so I was just slow at getting to the on-off switch. I clearly needed to get there faster. Because otherwise you will not have enough time on the auto scroll to get on top of the blaster and subsequently on top of the shell there. So let's get here quickly and accurately. Yeah, so I do need to run right a little bit to raise that blaster. Then, yeah, we'll just hit it on impulse instead of worrying too much about the timing. Whoa, no. Oh, okay, hit the block and then get on top of the block. It took me a moment to understand that, even though I saw the wings coming. Because I saw that and I was thinking, block, maybe it'll spawn a bomb like all the other blocks in the level, but no, it's just a platform. That's all the P block is telling me. Sand Walrus, welcome. Nope. Bit of a weird landing for me there anyway, where I always need to do a bit of momentum correction, but I need to do it quickly, because time's wasting. And then down we go. Let's try to get there as fast as we can. Hit this on impulse, there we go. Then we continue this way, let the bomb drop. Hit this over here, over. What are we doing here? Again, I don't know if you're supposed to be able to return to that platform. You're telling me that throughout the level you didn't want the player to do that and return to the platform on the same cycle. Yeah, I think I waited too long there to see what was going on before just going into the pit and during that attempt. Thanks for the submission, Sand Walrus. We do try to get through everybody who submits. And I'm looking forward to the unique boss rush. It might be a bit of a wait before we get to you, but we will try to make that happen. Yeah, and Supernova, yeah, it does seem like that the current platform timing that you have is just slightly too generous to the player, but that a number of other elements kind of depend on that being positioned the way it is, so hopefully you can make the adjustment that's needed to discourage the unintended behavior. And that came in a little bit low. Yeah, so I'm supposed to go over to the second part of the loop right away, I see now, as the yellow platform is coming back up. Because I was spending too much time reading what was going on after the jump over the flying block, the formerly flying block. Nope, too late. Mail64, I wouldn't call your multiple paths unreasonable. I mean, I keep discovering them as well as unintended paths that you never really designed for, so. K2, I'll read your question in a moment. Time past this area here. Okay, too quick on that this time. So I am supposed to catch the yellow lift on its way back up, hit the block, and then if the platform is on its way back up, then I can get back onto the first block that I activated. And it seems like that's the clear intention there. Okay. Managed to get this going. So, whoops, fell off. Hey, that's okay, we managed to make a mess of this another way. Yeah, there we go. Too late on this one? No, we're fine. Quite like the swamp setup here. Okay, we wait slightly, then we fall back in and pop this, and then, oh, too late. That's the right timing, except we were slightly too late to get down to the platform. So. But I do want to catch the platform on its way back up, that's the idea. I feel like if you're rethinking the platform timings, that might be a candidate for revision anyway, but we'll try to show it off in its current state and make the best of it. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Oh, missed a train over here. You're supposed to hop on the platforms, and then there's an up left arrow, huh? You see tracks to indicate two doors are connected, but is there a 3D world equivalent? Oh, you mean as a visual element that, for example, in a puzzle level can show you explicitly which doors are matched? Let me think about that. I feel like I've seen some solution to it before. I feel like I must have seen a solution to that by now, given how many 3D world puzzles we've done around here. Oh no, too late. Up left. Why would that be? Seems like you need to dunk the bomb directly in the pit in order to raise that track. I don't know what the upward arrow is telling me, unless I'm supposed to bounce back with it too early. And still we're adding a massive question mark, at least that's what Warp World thinks, and it sometimes is very wrong. We'll probably be closing the queue at the end of this level, by the way. I'll try not to take quite as long with everything else today, but we shall see. Oops, pay attention here. You think you can jump right away without waiting as long as you do a max jump? I think I know what you mean. If you're talking about the segment where you jump off the formerly flying block. That Silent Boy, your level is simple and easy, yeah. We tend to get a pretty good balance of long and short levels on this stream, which is why I'm not afraid to take a little bit longer on some. And K2, you're also making a level? Yeah, just replace the code as needed. Or just tell me when you come up to select something different. Try to accommodate you accordingly. You think you fixed that part with the yellow lift? Okay, and you need to figure out an alternative with the first yellow lift. Does it also affect the one-way panel pit area here, then? In this area? SM Piano, if the bot doesn't cooperate, you can always just tell me verbally when you come up what level to pick or what code to punch in. Hopefully the bot does cooperate with time. He was not joking, that level was actually just question marks, I see. Ah, QNG, not QNC, I see. Escaped the haunted greenhouse. Sounds very Halloween-y. Oops. Okay, let's try to spin things up and over we go. Oh, came in a little bit low here. I see. I see. Okay. It's going to be bomb and then over to the platform on the left and then to the right. Yeah, Supernova, we might not necessarily finish this all the way. It'll depend on how well we can progress up to what we saw with the bomb segment just now. But we'll again try to make this the most useful playtest we can. Nope. Once again, I still have this issue with estimating that throw very poorly because we're going down on the platform. Yeah, just throwing it on the last tile of the yellow platform seems to work decently. And we'll continue this way. Whoops. You now know that the yellow lift timings don't work? Yeah. That's critical information. Whoop. Same problem here. I wonder what the rationale is, incidentally, for that down arrow being placed to the left of the track. Is it because it wouldn't sit symmetrically over the track anyway, and so perhaps you think it looks less awkward this way? I mean, not that I'm ever deliberately throwing the bomb too far to the left, it's just that it's accidentally happening all the time anyway, and so the down arrow there just caught my attention. Alright, let's try this again. Whoop. Yeah, that's gonna get me in trouble. Or is it? Back to yellow block, and then back to the blaster. That seems to be the idea. Meant to be a drop indicator, okay. Oh, okay, so you wanted me to drop the bomb and then follow it, instead of doing this throw thing. Oh, okay, because the idea you want me to go for is drop the bomb while jumping over to the question block, and then like this. Oh, whoops, not like that. Or that. Let's get the down D-pad input here. No, I understand that now. You want to drop the bomb in that location, and its forward momentum carries it forward by a tile, and then you land on a question block on the other side. Okay. Like that, but better. Okay. I didn't ever even consider doing that, but again, that's what playtesting is for. That makes a lot more sense in some ways. Imagine that. See, this is what happens when you give your levels to somebody who does not read indicators. But that's important information for you as the designer, so... I don't know if I want to do it that way anyway. I like my method, as long as it works. Words to live by, I like my method as long as it works. Whoops. A little bit late in that timing for me. Need to be fairly accurate. I never have time to look at the progress of that bomb that's marching over. I do need to just kind of go instantly. Pop it to the left. As far left as it can be positioned while it's still flying. Hey, almost on target. Too soon on that. You have to use uncreative blue lifts in the beginning. I suppose so. Let's try this again. Nope. Almost a bullseye. Could be worse. Okay, we'll probably only make a few more attempts at this because it looks like I'm pretty far from the end still. That was still got a bit more to go. Obviously, as you eventually finish this, we'll eventually clear this in some form, but... I just want to make sure we get to people in the queue today. Hey, that was even more accurate, perhaps. Yeah, because there's... I want to see if I can beat this obstacle, but... clearly a lot that I still need to do. Yeah, because... as you can see, right now I'm hitting the bomb in such a way that I don't have a safe landing on that yellow block. It seemed like the idea you were going for is that maybe if I land on a yellow panel when it is high enough that it's not trapping me under the one-way panel, then I have something I can jump off of. But no, it seems like it's going to be yellow block on the left, then the bomb, then yellow block in the center, and maybe I'm just going a little bit late, which is why the center block has at that time floated a little too far to the left. So, of course, took that down because it's a test. I think that will be what we can give you for now, and we'll definitely see it all the way through to the end when you have something finished, and of course, other beta versions in between are perfectly welcome, you all know. As I said, we will be closing the queue, but I will load up the next level first and punch that in, so this will be last call between now and then, while we also catch up on what that silent boy is saying about the text of a game manual, apparently. I will read that, in fact, because... okay, first of all, we'll see if Coolman is still here. I think Coolman has dipped out, so we'll probably move on to that silent boy in just a moment. What's the relationships between Bob-ombs and Rising Launchers and Long-Legged Larry? Clearly, the Rising Launchers are his legs. Sand Walrus, no, you're a long ways off from yours. We're going to get to you in a while. You're probably perfectly okay to be AFK for about an hour, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't help to lurk here anyway, but we'll get to you for sure, but it will be some time. So. Yes, that's how you are next. You are next, because Coolman here is not here. And we will put in your code and we will close. So. And yeah, if you are lurking here or AFK, I make sure people get at least 2 chances to be called up. In case I just caught them at a bad time. But we have a pretty good system for doing this. So anyway, Silent Boy, do let me know what you want me to look at. After reading all of that, play 1-1 and turn on comments. Okay. We'll close up. Art Pot, depending on how my queue goes, if you beat your level in Super World, it'll open up the puzzle. And then go back to you if I feel like puzzling and people aren't here. Yeah, no, we'll definitely manage things in some kind of sensible way. I hope. So let's make sure my stream title is listed as closed. Go up. Yeah, that's right, 1-1. I scrolled too far. Wiggler Forest. Alright, okay. Alright, let's go back to the game manual. Wiggler Forest. Yeah, that seems to match what the manual is telling me about Wiggler Island. Many adventures for our heroes of the Mushroom Kingdom. They are invited to an island called Wiggler Island for a vacation. Packing their stuff and going to the island to find out that the island was being attacked by Bowser. Bowser, seeing the heroes, called their name before saying, "What are you doing here? This isn't on your territory, now scram." Breathing fire at the heroes, Bowser snatches the princess and flies deeper into the island. A woman runs up to our heroes and says, "Wow, what is his problem? You gotta chase after him, but you may get lost on this daring adventure. Take my journal, okay? It will help you on the way." And then there is a Google Doc after that, which seems to have a physical presence here that perhaps Google Docs typically don't. And Zelink Lario, welcome. Anyway, your vacation is ruined. Bowser has kidnapped Peach. And turn on comments. I selected no? What do you mean I selected no? I don't follow. Oh yeah, no, you had even more text there. Okay. You selected no because frankly I don't feel like giving it to you. She nodded. I guess you know what you're doing. Take care and feel free to see me if you change your mind. Okay. Something like that. What's that name for 13-2? Who knows? Anyway, munchers this way and that. This is on top of a semi-solid, so we just need to bust the munchers down. No, they'll bounce. Yeah, because the overlaps here are just going to work that way, apparently. And here we just have some traditional platforming. We'll just be aware of the shell. Okay. Seems to work pretty well here. Even with the flexibility the player has when it comes to positioning. You opened the path. Take my money, you earned it. Sure, we'll take that. Don't mind me, this mushroom must grow. Oh yeah, we have a clear condition on this too. I totally neglected to notice it until this point. Okay, nothing here but a coin. More coins. And what do we have up here? Nothing. Obviously, we'll do the usual thing that we do and check this location. And we're rewarded for our efforts. Zelink Lario, if we finish the queue early enough and you're still here, we'll try to reopen, but right now it's long enough and we've been doing things slowly enough that I actually just closed. I actually just closed, I think, right before you got in. So we'll see if it's manageable, because I might be on target to run pretty long at this stage, so. Hoping to catch yours one way or another. Wait, let's see if we can read this comment. Sometimes comment positioning can be a little bit of a weird thing to manage. Something about like to delivering your child. Let's try to reposition somehow. This is some kind of motherly wiggler. Ah, there we go. I hope I can be a good mom when Kakadu delivers my child to me. Alright. That's the theory. And you need some nice background noise, yeah. Like I said, sometimes we do a second queue for people who didn't manage to get in if I finish early enough, but our time management has been particularly poor today, so... Anyway, good to have you here, even if it's to spectate. Big Koopa down there. We'll, of course, check what's up here first. Red and door. Why would we care about that? I guess that's just an aesthetic thing, because we haven't actually seen any on-off activation up to this point, so we will take this. Change the story by killing the mother Wiggler with this shell. Yeah. Gotta collect some of those moral atrocity points. Anyway. Nice little bonus game here. With the Wiggler in his little shop or hut. Oh, and that changes the state switch. Which then might not affect too much else in the level. Yeah, we have to remember to read these as hard platforms. Rather than in the usual Mario Maker way of treating them as flimsy lifts. And that's okay, the level coaches you on that from the very beginning, so there's no confusion. So we shouldn't be too surprised to get dunked. Anyway, we need to kill this guy to... You know, we actually are interrupting this species' cycle of birth. I know you were joking about that, but we actually are going to stem their supply and their entire reproductive process here. Let's float around a bit until we... Okay, no, we just need to set up until the cloud disappears, so... Oh, let's get out. There we go.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Anyway, thank you for that, and for the GGs. And look at that Wiggler in the illustrations. Why are you supposed to kill the children the stork is delivering? You're only required to kill the stork, though, when it comes to the clear condition itself, but I guess we're kind of going above and beyond our requirement here. Yeah, Mario's just a tourist in these parts. Let's mark that as a win and move on to the next submission. Art Pop. Art Pop, I believe this is the Super World continuation. For those of you who are new here, yes, I do accept Super Worlds. The way that we do them is we do a minimum of one level and then we queue in levels up to a chunk of about 15 minutes or so if the Super World happens to consist of lots of quick stuff. Now, we're far along in Art Pop's world that with the current difficulty progression, we probably won't get too far all in one go, but we'll see what we can do. Because we're here in World 4, and the Ghost House denotes the puzzle, so we'll see what it makes sense to do in this particular chunk. Sometimes the puzzles do require their own chunk, as we've seen in the past. And Art Pop was saying something about that just before this. Now, these are back to being platforms, so we need to be aware of that. Looks like we're supposed to catch this, drop it over here, and then jump on top of it, of course, but I needed to either drop that much earlier or follow it in, as we are often required to do. But whoops. Let's not try to grab the first one. And also, let's turn comments off, just so we don't get dunked by a comment box at exactly the wrong time. Yeah. This timing's going to work well enough. A little bit of an initial jump to load that in early, doesn't hurt. Then we need to We needed to jump on top of the POW. Why? No, that is telling me to pick up the POW, which we were doing. Jumping on top of the POW, of course, would prevent the platform from lowering, and it would just give me a bit of a rest stop, but not actually do anything productive. We totally missed the trampoline drop timing there, which I think may just be because of how early I scrolled in that pipe on the camera. But we'll try to make this work. Yeah. Okay. What happens if I reactivate that? Oh, yeah, you're supposed to reactivate that because it gives you the next POW. I see. Or are you? Because if you spawned here while it was in the off position, then... I mean, we can just stand here and grab the POW, right? I guess maybe it's supposed to be a falling... I don't know. Let's just grab that. I guess I saved myself one switch activation by doing the double hit earlier. Okay. Then... we had the extra POW there to deal with as well. So, whoops. Overshot that. Now we can see how it's supposed to be done from checkpoint. I got a bonus POW, yeah. Yeah, I like that actually. If it's just an optional POW that rewards you for having depressions to do double hit, and which makes things easier. It doesn't really break anything too critical, I think. You'll need to do the platforming from time to time. Not bump your head on the ceilings. Yeah, because normally if you get there with the off state, you wouldn't have access to that POW anyway, right? So you would only ever see that POW if you already brought... or if you already had the on state reverted by that point. Yeah, that's the thing about platforming levels that are not too complicated mechanism-wise, is that you have so much flexibility with your entity limit that you can place all of these munchers everywhere to make things look nice. And you still have entities left over to just have a POW block sitting around that you can forget about. It seems extremely luxurious in some ways. We went a little too quickly here. Let's follow the skull over. Oop, there we are. Do you think Leto levels are fun? I don't know that I've played anything by Leto. If that is somebody I'm supposed to know. Unless that's a level type rather than a maker. Yeah, because I run... thank you for the follow, by the way. Because I run at such a different time slot than a lot of other streamers, there are some people that are makers that everybody else seems to know that I don't, and vice versa. That, you know, we have a really tight-knit community here sometimes, and but there are definitely some aspects of Mario Maker that I'm not seeing simply because the people responsible aren't active during my times. And 765, welcome. Whoops. So yeah, I don't know that I know anything about Leto's levels. His levels look sort of like Jesus. Are you sure they don't just look like Jared Leto? I hear there's a resemblance. Whoops. Okay, let's not get bumped out by the diagonal here. We'll let the munchers give us another cycle, and we're almost at the gold card, so we'll take it. Not get dunked by any last minute P switches. Check the pipes. And take the goal. So. Yeah, as a Link, that's pretty much it. I mean, you know, people in Mario Maker kind of arrange themselves into certain cliques and pods anyway. Much more so than in Mario Maker 1, in fact. And this community definitely divides into a lot of different sub-communities. Yeah, we probably have time for one more since we're doing Super World rules here. You were telling me something about the puzzle earlier. I don't know if you were encouraging me or discouraging me from doing it second. But let me take a look. We might do the platforming levels in one chunk first, and then do the puzzle in its own segment next time your world comes up. You said earlier something... Depending on how my queue goes, if I beat the level in the Super World, it opens up the puzzle. And go back to you if I feel like puzzling. Yeah, so let's continue doing the platformers. We might have time for at least one more. And then... next time I queue in, we'll go straight to the puzzle instead. Okay. Let's do some big mushroom jumping, which is just equivalent to the heat jump. Oh, I actually didn't know if it was required or not. Maybe it isn't, but we'll find out soon enough. It totally is. Because you would need to take damage here, wouldn't you? Let's see. Big mushroom momentum, not doing me any favors. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's assume that it is required and that I shouldn't have dodged it as an incoming troll or something. Anyway, we'll get this first jump straightened out. Just trying to land at an angle that will give me a nice clean bounce over to whatever comes next. Oh, I see. I was supposed to do a series of bomb kicks over to the right, which would eliminate piranhas, drop the munchers, and ultimately have the bomb activate the on-off switch here, which would then drop the spring over here. And then Big Mushroom would then allow me to smash the block under the on-off switch. So I think we are required to keep the Big Mushroom at all times. We should play with that as our assumption. And if we land on a bomb accurately to its left, we should be able to do a series of bomb kicks all the way over the on-off switch where it is going to activate. Wrong. And yeah. Yeah, we're on World 4 of this so far. It has been a fun experience all around. Oh, have to remember this kind of bounce over here. Let's just see what's ahead. Yeah, and we need a Big Mushroom to do the double hit over there, and then we're pretty close to the exit pipe. Just need to remember the bounces like that, where we smash the first block and do a soft landing on the second once we hit everything accurately. Okay. Up we go. Nope. And here we are. And then we continue. Double hits. If I were a little faster, I would be able to kick the mecha over the same way I kicked the bomb, I think. And then we would be able to hit the single block that's under the pipe and then get up there. Okay. So that was just going a little too slowly and missing the opportunity for the mecha. Oh, nope, wrong way. Ah, okay, we don't go up the pipe. We smash so we can unlock the POW. Unlocking the POW opens up these platforms, then we bounce, bounce, and then we need to smash that. That's the mushroom check before we hit the flag. So now I know what's going on. We do not attempt to enter the pipe. There's no way to get up there anyway. Try to... yeah, I was trying to get to the left side of that mecha so we could keep bouncing in this location. Just bounce the mecha back and forth. If we manage to do that, we would eliminate the munchers and then continue. Game over is not a big deal since we are past checkpoint. Or we are not past checkpoint, rather, so we can just get back into this one. So we will proceed with the queue after this level. So we'll just do this as a set of 2 today as we progress through World 4. But we'll definitely try to complete this one first. Okay, great. That worked out pretty well. Yeah, falling onto the first block is probably fine. In fact, I think you have to fall between blocks instead of jump. Otherwise, they'll smash, and the short bounce will not get me over to where I need to go. Nope. He jumped. Yeah, jumping on this one allows you to do short landing on the second one, perhaps. But regardless, we need to make sure we have a jump available to get us over to the hard blocks. Oh, you jumped and skipped across. Okay, let's see how it goes when we get back there. Okay. Nope. I was expecting this to be a little better position for me. We'll attempt to do that a little bit more cleanly. Okay, there we go. Nope. That's not going to go. We definitely just want to fall on it. Okay. But because of that flight pattern, we'll have to be reasonably careful here. Oh, nope. The adjustment jump got me into trouble there. I thought I was about to slip off and had some self-inflicted trouble instead. Alright, here we go. There we are. Now let's not impulsively hit the start over button at this point. First stump, then platform, then second stump once the thwomp has been activated. No, we didn't go low enough to activate the thwomp. We needed to do so, and then it looks like we needed the second stump available at the P block. Seems to be the approach here. And then after the activation, we jump to the platform to the right, and then yeah, we've got a long ways to go over here. I don't know what this on-off switch is about, but something is dropping from above the blue block, clearly. You thought that one-up mushroom was Luigi for some reason. I don't know if you played Maker 1, Stalker, but in Maker 1, Big Mushroom, which you could only get if you had the amiibo for it, actually did not only create a CRT filter effect for the entire screen, but also swapped most of the sprites so that they would be something resembling Luigi. And so you're not far off the mark. Let's not hit start over when it comes to what the Big Mushroom does, but I have the amiibo, and even I didn't know about most of the big mushroom sprite swaps until very recently. Until this year, actually, when I was playing some Maker 1 again. Whoops. I see. Drop the spring on top of the swap, and then you can ride it over. So we were just slightly off on a stump timing. Not having accounted for the forward momentum. But so we'll do that, and then that should fix things up. Okay. Okay. If we can get that going, that's going to feel interesting. That's another bomb kick series over here, followed by breaking a heart block to open up some platforms. Yeah, so I'm pulling back a little bit too much when we just need to ride with the momentum that we have. You got a special edition Mario Maker with the blocky amiibo. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The 8-bit and classic Mario amiibos. There are two. There's one with the original brown uniform and a modern one with the blue uniform. Under the overalls. Nope, need to land on that platform and then get on top of the spring. So yeah, there's a very clear intended pattern here, and we are failing at it mostly because I'm trying too hard to correct that forward momentum when I need to ride with it. Oh, nope, missed the bomb. We kick, and then we bust this down. And then we have to jump on the platforms to the left to hit the POW that will release the Muncher. Rather destroy the Muncher and open up my way there. Yeah, momentum trickery here is still a little bit off for me, but... Wii U was region locked, you had to have it delivered at a friend's and then came to see you there. Ah, yes. Yeah, I guess if you had a European Wii U that you had to take to America with you. But yeah, there were certain levels that made use of the Amiibo Mario Big Mushroom that I only played this year when I was streaming Maker 1 in the early months. And for those of you with Wii U's, I actually do highly recommend going back to some older material in Maker 1 because we now have the perspective to realize how different it is, and the two games are really not redundant with each other at all. Okay, once again, correcting it is a little too late. I had Mario Maker right from launch, but with Mario Maker 1 I wasn't really engaged with community stuff so much. So most of the big community projects and a lot of the really spectacular levels I only discovered many years later. Just before Mario Maker 2 came out, in fact. I was very fortunate in that I got back into Mario Maker right before Maker 2 was announced. Okay, there we go. One of the things you can do in Maker 1, by the way, is hit blocks from the side. Not doing that here. And we'll grab some 1-ups. Super World purposes. I assume the door at the end is just aesthetic, because there's no way over there. Unless you're very precise about being small Mario and jumping over the flag, but we'll take that win and we'll move on now. Thank you for that, Wumbo Jumbo. And yeah, Art Pop, next time you queue in, will prioritize the puzzle. So, till then, let's tap out for now and let's see who's next. Awesome Lab, so I believe this is even more super worlding. You two have been my super world duo lately. Oh yes, that's right, the tank. We've got to do the tank. Well, back to the tanks we go. Okay, this level kind of wrecked us last time. We got to the SMB3 goal curtain area a few times. But started to slip after that, so we'll see if we do a bit better today in this tribute to the SMB3 tanks. Yeah, we were reasonably close on many attempts this time. And yeah, Art Pop, if you're able to hang around, and if we have some drops, or if I finish with time to spare, I'd be very happy to play yours. So, definitely no harm in staying if you can, even with the queue closed for now. Whoops. We'll see how we do. Oh yeah, I kept getting toasted by this burner last time. Try to do a little bit better. Anyway. Everything here is pretty manageable, but you do need to be observant. More observant than I have been lately. Shall we take this up? No, we won't. Let's risk it. Let's also not run too aggressively to the right, because that's getting me into burner trouble from time to time. If we're hugging the auto-scroll, the way I often do. Okay, here's the shipping container segment. I think I had determined last time that kind of taking it in the middle level and essentially making the wrenches moot is probably the best approach. That's fairly close to the end. A2 Hegemon, you run out of doors in the level that you're making. Yeah. Guess that's why people wind up doing tons of pipe transitions between subworlds. For a point. You wish super worlds were independent from your maker profile. Yeah, it in one sense is kind of nice and simple to just have maker codes be super world codes, but on the other hand, you know, the people who are motivated to make super worlds are often the same people who are motivated to make multiple super worlds, if you know what I mean. You can kind of tell that with the way that it was patched into Maker 2 that the implementation of things like super worlds here was a bit of an afterthought, and eventually having a Maker 3 with a super world system designed from the ground up as something they had in mind from launch, I think is going to feel a lot better. Right, let's do this. So we're getting crowded out a little bit here. Let's get out. Whoa, thought I could slip by. Yes, well, Supernova, I know you've had a bit of an ongoing Super World project going on for a while, hence why your general uploads have slowed down a bit. And that's understandable. I mean, you gotta take your time with these projects, and sure, new big releases like that will keep the game healthy and alive for some time to come. I kind of wish that the Super World system were implemented like a playlist feature to begin with. I've been saying for a long time that if I were somehow in charge of designing social and sharing features for a future Mario Maker, that I would want something a little more curatorial, like a way to make playlists out of other people's levels, for instance. So you could have people just have uploads on their own accounts, but which could be switched into, which could be queued rather into collaborative projects, or recommended level playlists, or, you know, just sequences of levels that you could package together for other players, and that would promote a certain aspect of the game that encourages sharing of levels to like-minded people, and a way to engage with the game creatively even if you're not really finishing levels on your own. And that you can kind of package challenges for other players, and perhaps put them on a map, perhaps put a finite number of lives on them, or something like that, but basically just pick and choose a bunch of levels at once and sequence them into a list that would then have one code, or one link that you could pass on. But with the death of the old Maker 1 bookmark site, I mean, we had already gone backwards in social features in many respects. Although I'm glad at least that Mario Maker 2 implemented the social feature that was my #1 request, which was a most recently uploaded feed of all of the makers you follow, which it's easy to forget was not actually in place in Maker 1. Maker 1 did not have that, but you know, for me, it's, apart from viewer levels, it is the main way I play the game, and the main way that I am alerted to new uploads coming up. Is that you see when the people you follow are actually active and uploading. I don't know anything about Maker 3DS. I suppose that Maker 3DS did have to, in some sense, work around its existing limitations on online sharing and come up with some other kind of viable alternative, but someone was just telling me the other day that there are actually subtle engine differences in the way things are loaded and unloaded in Maker 3DS that make certain concepts not actually portable from Maker 1. There was something we were talking about where Maker 1 level was not 3DS-able. But in general, like, the technical knowledge that people have of Maker 3DS is just so low due to the lack of a thriving community there, and so I don't know any of the specifics about what that was. You figured out an easy strat for the crate section. No, we'll keep trying for now. I'm trying to stay on the middle level and just, you know, attempting to watch the progress of all the bullets here, but you can see we're gradually getting stuffed into the corner. It's not great. There we go. Now let's not choke over here, which is easier said than done. Yeah, because I died right here by the curtain on a previous attempt, and that was not good. Now, let's just take this and sure we can pass it by. Awesome Lamp, we have time to queue in one more in this Super World. We'll probably do only one more, since we managed to get by that quickly, whereas last time we just got wrecked over and over. But Awesome Lamp, now that I've cleared the crate section, you can let me know what you had in mind. Yeah, alright. I can't see what's going on here. I have to... Oh, yeah. Scroll down with the camera so we can see some donut blocks. And there we are. Oh, we just need to keep hopping, I guess. That's what donuts are for. Oops, I thought I could jump over that cleanly, and I obviously didn't. Whoop. That was rather poor judgment here, too. Have I booed a viewer level before? I try not to. Because I know sometimes that bad levels come from people who are merely new or learning. And even when they're not, I mean, you know, the thing about booing a level is that it does only two things, really, functionally. It keeps things out of the endless queue, or discourages them from being populated in the endless queue. Which I don't care about, because I don't play endless. And, you know, it acts as a bit of a social rebuke to the maker, as a bit of a slap in the face. And honestly, I don't really care to do that in front of the people. If I want to boo levels privately, that's one thing, but... And I know different streamers will have different attitudes to this, and that, you know, sometimes there are streamers who absolutely live for the boos, and their audiences live to see the boos. But... I mean, mind you, we have seen a lot of bad and broken stuff here before. I feel like generally the quality of my viewer stream is actually very, very good relative to most viewer queues that I've spectated on Twitch. And I say that often, that, you know, we seem to be really lucky here in terms of the quality of what I get. But we do get bad levels. Sometimes they are just from people who are, you know, very new or unpolished. Sometimes they're from people who might have too high an opinion of their own level design and don't realize that they've got a lot of problems to fix, but we try to just make that an instructive moment for other makers who are serious about wanting to improve. But, anyway, here we go. I mean, I've definitely played levels on a stream that I don't boo, but which, if I were playing them privately off stream, I might consider doing so. But, like I said, functionally, I don't particularly care to do that when the effect is only really felt in the seeding of a level in endless or popular or whatever anyway. And that really doesn't affect me personally. I never really give too much consideration to what's going on in Endless anyway, in fact, even just from a level design perspective. And I know some people are serious about it. I know that Supernova here, for one, does want to make a pleasant experience for Endless players. Because it is something that, you know, leads to good results for your levels in terms of letting them blow up properly when they do have that good starting likes ratio and kind of blow up overnight. Natcat, you've accidentally booed levels and it hurts you to your core. Yeah. You booed a level intentionally as a joke. Because there was a refreshing, I guess you mean section. I guess you didn't feel terribly refreshed. So here's the thing, and I've told this story before, that because I never play off the popular tab, I actually had no idea about this whole refreshing special thing being a trend until other makers I know started to make fun of it. So I actually played all of those anti-refreshing parody levels long before I ever saw one of the ones that purportedly dominates the popular list. Okay, let's... Yeah, I think about Flying Boom Boom is staying above him, and sometimes just lead to a very advantageous pattern like that. It's just that you need to get in position for it first, and we flubbed a couple of attempts before we managed to do so. So, here we go. Alright, so Awesome Lamp will interrupt at this point, and if we're able to queue you back in later, we'll do that, but for now, we'll make this our sitting with Super World for now, and we're pretty close to finishing World 7, so at this point, it seems wise to leave the rest for the next chunk. What do I feel about versus mode? I've hardly played that either, actually. So, interesting timing for that question, Stalker, because we just had a multiplayer session on the stream. The first multiplayer session I've run on the stream yesterday. I'll talk about that in just a moment. I queue in the level. We had a bit of a multiplayer party here. And... oh, you were in it. Yeah, that's... anyway, but for the benefit of people who are just listening to me talk, Mail64, let me get this up and running. So yeah, as Natcat was saying, versus mode can be fun if it's a not so good level. Yeah, no, I don't really queue into endless multiplayer versus like some other streams do. Again, you know, I don't really tend to play randomly picked levels, but we had the multiplayer party here yesterday with the multiplayer set in 7MMC, which you queue into as versus, but they're actually a series of cooperative levels. And yeah, Natcat was in the party all day, and the co-op was tons and tons of fun. Natcat, I don't know if you saw it, but today, Carl, Shoujo, Tanuki Den, and one other fellow whose name escapes me right now, they did actually run a live quad stream of the 7MMC multiplayer set. And it was quite entertaining because we had done that already, and so I kind of knew how to anticipate where the big moments would be. They got it done a lot faster than we did in yesterday's group. Anyway, Mail64, treacherous, unreliable platforms appear. Reach the other side. Love the look of that cloud. He looks like he's having a time of his life. That cloud looks like he's way up in heaven. Yeah, Natcat, I understand that Lecter was going to try to edit some of that multiplayer session into 7MMC highlight reel. Oh, question block to the left. We totally missed that. Unless I wasn't meant to hit it, but no, I feel like I was supposed to roll into the left given the opportunity. Oop. Skip squeak bouncing all over the place. Yeah, I guess the P's there are just supposed to signify to me that danger is coming. We're obviously not supposed to activate anything up to that point, but... oh, too quick. Don't want to get too far ahead of the scrolling here. But yeah, in general, in terms of the kind of random course selection elements of the game, be it multiplayer or endless single player. I lost interest in that very early after the game launched in 2019, partly because I discovered, even long before I was ever somebody who owned a capture card and was able to stream, that I'd much rather have a more direct relationship with the makers involved, I guess, in terms of kind of following favorite makers and understanding their styles and playing their levels thematically that way. And even before I ever had a capture card, that was how I played Maker 1 as well, where I found it much more illuminating to find makers that are interacting with the community, and if I find somebody I like, just kind of going down their list and finding other recommendations from there. And I get a sense that being able to connect with a maker community that serves your interests or your values about level design is what ultimately keeps people in the game. And that, you know, the people who just kind of burned out on Endless early on are the ones who just lost interest pretty quickly. It seems like there's no middle ground. Either, you know, you're still playing Endless Streaks to this day and really engaged with that stuff, or you've just dropped the game. Like, if you're somebody who doesn't have some kind of interactive community element to Mario Maker and some kind of a social aspect to how you connect with people who make levels. Yeah, Natcat, if you're talking about Der Bescheidwisser, he's one of the kind of co-op specific makers. There are a few other co-op specific makers that I've jotted down codes for in the past that I have been telling Der Bescheidwisser for some time that we really should do an organized co-op session with his levels as well. And having set up the 7MMC co-op session yesterday and had a lot of fun with it, I think that is something that we want to try at some point. And we can arrange it. But it was very eye-opening to run the co-op stream yesterday. In that, you know, people are always thinking, if you've been attentive to this game continuously over the past 3 years, you know, you're constantly asking yourself, okay, but has it been tapped out? Are there more concepts left to explore, or aren't there? And it seemed like playing co-op as somebody who normally doesn't play multiplayer was almost like a full reset of my Mario Maker knowledge in terms of having to rediscover my appreciation of a lot of the mechanics from scratch. And it was very much like learning a new game, like going from Maker 1 to 2, for instance. Going from single player to really well-designed multiplayer, I feel sort of like that, because you have to drop a lot of your preconceptions about how item spawning works, or how certain collisions work, or checkpoints, or when destroyable objects come back, or anything like that. And if you're playing levels that actually make use of those features in a very deliberate fashion, then it is a brand new game. Much more so than, say, switching between single and co-op for NSMB or 3D World or anything like that. It's not really just flipping a switch and adding more players. You actually have to rethink how the game works on a very fundamental level. Anyway, let's gonna do this. Yeah, so anyway, I know Mail64, I haven't been talking too much about this level so far, so maybe I haven't been a very good playtester here, but the main thing is that sometimes when you have the Podoboos come out of the top level in some of these sequences, I don't necessarily know if I have time to react. I guess we got the clear, but let's spend a moment to talk about this just a little bit further, because I know I didn't give you as full commentary as usual, and evidently there is an on-off switch that gives you the top of the flagpole that we also didn't hit. And thank you for the GGs. So I think from a readability perspective, it was very clear to me early on that I couldn't always just get ahead of the fire, that you do need platforms to spawn that you can stand on. It does mean that because things are being triggered relative to the auto-scroll, that at least the spawn timings are going to be consistent, but sometimes they're on the first run they're not all that easy to react to, perhaps. Like there were certain chained stacks of block activations where I kind of had to wait for a moment to see, okay, are you finished yet? Are you still spawning fire or whatever? Before I could actually estimate whether I'm supposed to get ahead of it or stay behind when it comes to the fire. And I think those moments in this level were probably relatively obvious. And so that's just something to keep in mind. We clearly missed... No, we didn't miss anything optional, I don't think. I don't think I was able to get above the spike ball ramps that we see here. But anyway, always like these spike ball platform creation concepts, though. There's tons of stuff left to tap with that. Yeah, they work as a deterrent. And I understand what you mean by that. That, you know, you have to let the platform spawn, but you also kind of have to wait for an opportunity to get on top of them. I feel like maybe instinctively I just always think about trying to stay ahead, but then we had these situations where Podoboos spawned, I jumped in too early, and then they just dunked me from above. And that's probably just player error, but anyway, that's how it looks. If you're still revising, obviously I'm quite happy to play future editions as well. Thank you once again for the GGs. And yeah, I know we kind of took up most of that talking about multiplayer as well, so. Ace 8, if you are still here. I don't think they are. I think Ace 8 has actually been gone for quite some time at this point, so. Next will be SM Piano. So here's the thing. There's an SMM piano, and there's an SM piano. And yeah, on your mobile account. I assume that was the case, because I have seen you on that account in perhaps other streams before. Or maybe, you know, I wasn't going to assume that was a crazy coincidence. You're on your mobile account. That's fine. Thanks for checking in. Anyway, we will bring you in now and see what this level is all about. Escape the haunted greenhouse. Fireflowers are for aesthetics. Anyway, haunted greenhouse. Have fun. And that's a no. It's also a no. Let's check all of these just to be sure. I guess we're not allowed to stand on the roof of the greenhouse. Which makes sense, because that would be fragile. We're also not allowed to claim the Fireflower. Anyway. Plants all over the place, as well as this little koi pond that you have over here. I guess eventually we'll have to get through the key door after an on-off switch and acquiring the key. So we have a little frog pond over here as well. And horror of horrors, what is haunting this greenhouse? I guess the munchers, maybe, I don't know, dead plants or something. Or just ominous evil plants. Regardless, oh yeah, ominous evil plants. It's kind of like you have piranha plants who are pretending to be a boo ring. And are trying to reconstruct their rumored behavior from first principles. Okay, let's get back to the plants then. And I guess it's going to be one big state switch with the on-off. Also gets you the key, and then, yeah, we just need to escape as advertised while plants fall in from above. Oh, this is a nice sequence. I love how readable this is, actually. This is very manageable. But as long as you stay on the top level, you don't need to worry about the big piranha plants too much. And here we are at checkpoint. But yeah, it looked really neat, and it was very playable for how much was going on. Oh, whoops. I got the slide accurately, I just jumped a little late on the other side. And yeah, Fuzzmosis, the pond ideas are definitely kind of a treat as well. And hydroponics all over the place in this garden. Whoops. And 10 coins kind of pull you back and give the jumps a bit of guidance as well, so... Whoops. Lit up in the face. Okay. Away. We'll just try to keep going. Actually quite a roomy level considering how many enemies you're dealing with on screen. Given the speed of the auto-scroll, it's quite comfortable. Oh, whoops. And yeah, look at how you're returning to rather you have a state switch in this whole area as well that is releasing all of the enemies. Couldn't they get a fire flower that goes through the door and save a hit? Let me think about the location that you were talking about. I thought the fire flowers were just kind of decorative and blocked off, but maybe I misunderstood you there. Before CP1, after the state switch. I don't see where that was obtainable, but I'll have to think back to that because I'm mentally past that point and I have to think about the spot that you're talking about. I know that earlier some of the things like fire flowers that were on screen were pretty illusory. They're not actually attainable. Here's a mushroom though. Whoops. Oh, we missed it. So can't check anything with that. Oh, fire flowers. Yeah, I see what you mean. Flowers. And what's up here? Oh, interesting that if you fell down in the upper level before hitting checkpoint, you would just reverse down here. And of course, if you're platforming around in the upper level, you just wouldn't necessarily think about that. That you would have a reset down below. Yeah, fireflowers are decorations that are not accessible. I thought so. But now, of course, we have this matching, whoops, portion of the greenhouse, and we're going to totally miss the opportunity to hit this guy with a flower. Hang on. Let's grab a flower over here, if we can. We have to nuke that guy just to prove something. You would die to the auto-scroll, you're saying. Yeah, let's... There we go. Oh, except we missed a cloud. Okay. Never mind. So, can't obtain a cloud over here, then. We'll just have to have out. I do kind of want to see on the more info screen if we missed something on top of the final area. World record, really? Maybe not a lot of plays yet on a very new upload. Yeah, we're obviously way off to clear check time. Okay, no, nothing off the top there, even if you do somehow manage to fire the cloud. And yeah, a lot of the enemies just dropping in after the state switch, as we can see here. So, anyway, thanks for the level. Nat Cat escaped the haunted greenhouse. I'm glad you kind of met the title of this level halfway. And described it more accurately than you knew. Sand Walrus, if you're still here after all this time, we'll bring you in. I do see you on the list. But I know you were kind of lurking for a bit earlier, so we'll give Sand Walrus a moment to check in. Since Sand Walrus is listed as being in a chat, we'll give them a second chance if they don't check in and proceed to Stuker. I was reading it as Stalker earlier because I've been misreading I's and L's given my font size here lately. Maybe that is an uppercase I don't know. I like that maker L Lucer, if some of you know them. I was reading it I Lucer for like the longest time until I was corrected about that this week. Okay, we'll swap the order here. We'll leave Sam Walrus in the queue in case they come back from the AFK. I did tell them that it wouldn't hurt to step out for an hour, so... If you're going to take me seriously, that's okay. There's a reason why it's an uppercase I. And I'm looking at the IKR and thinking, I know, right? Stu, I know, right? Anyway, let's take a look. Ah yes, question marks. It's just a substitute for L. Oh, I see, because maybe the name with the L was taken by your alt. Yeah. Better have a word with that alt. Look at that orator with a record on this one. The powers of our Lord are far beyond our recognition. I'm looking at the letters here, and initially I just read it as the word tranquil, which it clearly isn't. It's more like THUMBNQIL, I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Thumbnail. Oh, thumbnail. Okay, okay. It looked like it was the name of some kind of obscure pharmaceutical or something, like Thumbakil. Thumbankill. Ask your doctor about Thumbankill. Anyway, let's take a look. That's how you do your ASCII art of Osmosis, so you already approve. Yeah. Yeah, so the coin there maybe should have been a warning. I might have considered taking seriously. I bet we can... Whoops. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to sneak in there and grab that. Let's think about that. I mean, I can slide into Piranha Plant and kill it. And then we can just stand off to the side like this, right? So... And we have a key that is not usable for anything. Which is curious. Does this say something? Looks like this arrangement of objects almost makes a shape. So the coin there is inconsequential. It might be something aesthetic. But we can go back and grab that anyway. And you just placed everything in the item wheel. Oh, I see, yeah. The hard block gets multiples because it's special. I mean, I know I already proved this once, that I could grab the coin, but... Maybe we should just skip it. Yeah. Hard block is extremely versatile. Very often, of course, I hear people asking me, what would you like to see added in a potential Maker 3? And if we're talking about anything mechanical, speaking of hard blocks, it would be nice to have ways to interact with scroll stop that are not just hard blocks. Like other forms of, you know, ice melting interactions or other things that are vulnerable to bombs, or basically other things that make scroll stop happen instead of just having two options, one that's breakable and one that's not, which is what we have currently, and which necessitates all kinds of complex mechanisms for scroll breaks and the like. Your one tip for this level is don't think too hard, then we may be in deep trouble. Okay. Oh, he's gonna walk over that way and then back. And then what does that do? Nothing. Alright. So, if we need a state switch, let's start over. I actually didn't really see what the state switch element was, so we'll just go back and take a quick look. It's an experience, yes. I can see that already, having passed by the thumbnail, or the thumbnail. Now, you see this massive track pattern here as though something is supposed to come around a track and maybe interact with the muncher, but... Your favorite mechanism is off-screen skewer that can kill 3 or 4 blocks, but only rearms through a door. Yeah. Yeah, so it is a kind of timing element where you wait for a muncher to eventually hit something. Might be a muncher and bomb push that activates an on-off switch. You just need to wait this out. Yes. Abstract art with tracks? Oh, I don't know. I kind of assumed it was totally representational, like your alphabetical pixel art earlier. It does represent society in all its twisted complexity. Okay, P-Balloon. P-Balloon would allow me to go back up if I wanted, unless there were a state switch. There is no state switch. There is, however, Dry Bones that wants to dunk me. And besides, we know that column doesn't really have any other exits, so we'll boost through. Oh, look, we're on the right side of the thumbnail. Fool me twice. Shame on the thumbnail. Okay, let's continue. It is going to be a little bit of a wait every time, but then we can talk about how it represents civilization. The way it represents civilization, of course, is that it has this twisting passage that isn't just a nice linear progressive course of development, which I think is an idea that has long since fallen out of favor with historians. But then notice how the Muncher comes down the track. With this very steady rate of progress that is indifferent to the interactions around it. As though it is not something that will be very easily moved by the actions of any one great individual, as in any great man theory, the development of civilization, but rather is impervious to such infinitesimal forces and will only respond to the passage of time. Did this get the Orbu? I actually kind of wonder if it did. While on the subject earlier of booing levels on stream. I feel like that often depends on whether Orator wins his lobby in Versus. Well, that in a multiplayer context, that whether he boosts something or not depends pretty heavily on it. Notice how this was a red Koopa. Walking back and forth. This is clearly meant to make you think that there will eventually be some kind of bomb crush that activates the switch. But notice how there are two bombs that are in play here. This one to the left, given a placement of the whole thumbnail column, seems to be the one that we had to deal with earlier. Bomb activation to the left here. But there's another one on the opposite side, which... well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. And jump around restlessly while we do so. Somebody observed a little while ago that apparently I do have a habit of just ducking my character while I'm thinking. Oh. THX. Okay, I was actually kind of expecting something trixier than that at the end, but we made it. You would say this level is an exquisite artistic masterpiece. Yeah, it was even remastered for Dolby Atmos audio in THX. And look at that, I'm only 6 seconds off of Orator's record. Tells you how well optimized my run was. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Let's mark that as a win. This is second call for Sand Walrus. Who, like I said, in fairness, I did say was free to go AFK earlier. I would feel kind of bad about ejecting Sand Walrus from the queue because of that if I said, sure, just go away for a while, and they did. But regardless, we're going to get to Hegemon first, I think, unless Sand Walrus checks in. Hegemon is definitely here. And like I said, if we finish early enough, so we'll do Supernova's code at the end if Sam Walker still isn't here. And after that, I will do a brief reopening if we have time. For reopening, the priority will be for people who have not yet shown up yet today. But if we don't have much on that score either, then I will go back to Art Pop's World and do the puzzle. You're still stuck for how to use fewer doors in your level. You mean the one that you're currently developing, not this one, since this one is from August? Or do you mean something else? Oh, a super hammer push and play. Oh yes, because you wanted to switch your code to the playtesting code. I see, yeah. But I can also play something else. Yes, okay, I understand. Dashing speed dash of dashingness. And the music of the night. Yeah, I actually know the Phantom of the Opera quite well, but the issue is that my audio is kind of totally borked today, so. Trump jumps, no thanks. Exhilarating pipe-based gameplay. Super Hammer 9001. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, it's the Crowd Suffering contest. Let's do Dashing Speed Dash of Dashingness. And I'm sure it looks absolutely dashing. Use the dash pads to reach the goal. World record is within a second. And there are thwomps. So let's see how it goes. Jumping off the dash panels would be a help, of course. That extra little jump there hopefully didn't create any problems. Okay, I was hoping to just bounce back and deflect, but I guess maybe you are supposed to slide and wall jump off. I wasn't quite sure how that was going to go, just inspecting it visually, so... Look at the Goomba head trapped between the two Goombas. Like they're guarding their friend. Their friend who also happens to be a hat. Yeah, it looks like the double arrow here is encouraging a long jump. Maybe that's a necessary time savings there, but I didn't seem to have too many problems with height, so we'll just do this for the time being, and then do we wall jump off here? Maybe we do. Then, oops, I was trying to ground pound over there, but I think we need to correct our spacing just a little bit to make that happen. Okay, I need to be a little quicker on hitting the button for the long jump. I think I was the first one who did it successfully with a small jump instead of a long jump, yeah. That's what happens when you give this to somebody who does not read the indications well. I didn't spend long enough in those last dash panels, but I can see the coins there are meant to encourage me to jump at a certain rhythm. Just hit the ceiling over and over. Yeah, if I land too far to the right on that dash panel, I don't have enough room to really do a long jump unless I'm very snappy about it, so you don't want to land too far on the panel. It's just a small correction I should think about making there every time we see the obstacle, so probably don't want to spend too long on the wall slide either. I see, okay, I'm jumping too high towards those coins. Or rather, holding into that jump too long when we do need to drop immediately. Anyways, 21 on the clock when you go through the pipe. Use that as our reference point for whether we're on pace. Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, I hit down for the ground pound. We missed. So we do need to correct for the dash panels and just anticipate some of the inputs slightly earlier than I probably would. Yeah, holding down once again, but it's too late. We need to be very quick about that. I almost wonder if we should hold down when I'm practically still on top of the... Yeah, I have to jump before the ground pound for it to register. Probably, now that I think about it, because if you're just falling off the one way... if you're falling off the dash panels, I guess that's not going to go. Have to be very snappy. I did jump, but again, a little too fast there for my ground pound, so we'll try to fix that up. Yeah, no. It didn't happen. Yeah, so the thing is that you do need a bit of a minimum distance from the ground for a ground pound to happen, and I think if I'm doing it too early, on top of the protrusion of the blue spike block, for instance, I may actually be too close to the ground for that to register as a pound, so I keep assuming that I'm hitting the input too late, but if I'm slightly too early, that's also going to run into the same problem of not doing what I want it to, so it's just a moment when I do need to be a little more accurate than being, and I'm facing the wrong way there too, as you can see. And that we do need to reverse direction once we're down that slope. So maybe a nice firm jump here. Tidy things up. Whoops. As we head into the ground pound for that drop. So yeah, being attentive to when I need to reverse directions is going to be key here as well. Try to do that. Whoops. You think my ground pounds... You think the ground pounds are a little blind. It's more that... I think the intuition of when you need to punch the ground pound input is something that, of course, is thrown off by dash panel momentum in a way that, given how little space you have after that dash panel, can be bit of an issue. But yeah, it's more that at the bottom of the ground pound, I don't know what I'm going to hit, right? That seeing a slope there did come as a surprise. Getting loaded onto another dash panel while facing the wrong direction came as a bit of a surprise, so we'll have to see. I mean, it's pretty obvious that there is stuff to the left that I will need to move towards, but it was unclear to me what the ground was going to look like at the bottom of that drop in order to make it happen. I knew I had to perhaps face left at some point, but there was no information for me to determine when that swap was going to occur. Yeah, after the ground pound, exactly. I mean, I think it's clear that you are going to go left at some point, it's just that you can't necessarily trust that it's just a matter of facing left and being done with it. Okay. I'm trying to ground pound here, I'm just massively late every time, I think. Or perhaps not even gaining enough height on the jump, which could be one of the issues here. I'm just tapping a jump. I need to jump much earlier out of the dash panels, I think. I'm staying on the dash panel too long. When at that point the on-off switch has been deactivated, so pretty much as soon as I can jump up towards the ceiling there, I should do so, instead of riding out the panels all the way to the end. At which point I may already be dead. Nope. Still trying to do it here. You can see that big glowy orange streak where Mario's dash pattern is taking him moments before death. So let's do this. Nope. I think I'm actually hitting down too early now. And I know it's hard to demonstrate that either way when I can't see my controller or when the inputs are going down. But definitely, as you can see, no ground pound is registering. And just a question of am I too late or too early? And it may actually be too early. Whoops. Because I am hitting the down button every time, and we've only managed to actually get the ground pound going once. Whoops. So we'll have to see if I can fix that up. As we head down the staircase. Oops. Yeah, it definitely feels like the tightest input in the level so far in terms of where the window of opportunity is going to be. Nope. Trying to go a bit later that time, and that did not work either. So. We'll see. Anyway, up we go. We'll try to make that happen. I don't know if there's anything else I can do to kind of correct for this. Maybe I do need to hold the left or something after the jump. I don't know. Yeah, I think I actually am supposed to cut momentum on the dash panels by pressing left. And then I would also be facing in the correct direction at the end of ground pound, because I'll have the slide after that. So I think that's the way to do it, is that you cut momentum after you leave the dash panel, instead of just ground pounding into it directly, even though that did give me a successful run earlier, and just got me into trouble once I was down below. So I'm trying to pull back now and then ground pound, and as you can see I don't quite have the timing down yet, but I feel like cutting momentum there is actually going to be critical. We can make it happen. I should have considered that idea much earlier. Oh. Yeah, you do need to hit the on-off switch with a full jump out of that panel. Yeah, if things happen quickly there, and we'll have to react a little more responsibly. Oh, whoops, wrong way. And of course we don't have that much time to spare either. If that 29-second record is meant to be taken seriously. Looking at a timer, that's about the halfway point. Or perhaps a little past it. Nope, too early on that jump. And we'll just launch ourselves forward this way. And back down. Nope. There we go. You need to go down and then over the dash panel and then probably long jump in order to get all the way across the creeper. I think anything less than a long jump is going to fail there. You were reading the 6YM bio. When Scrabble level? I've been asked that before, actually. We should do that at some point. I haven't figured out how that'll work yet. Interestingly enough, I have done a couple of word puzzle escape rooms as a player, not as a maker. And I feel like it would have to be something that's escape room oriented. Or a word puzzle gives you a key combination or something, but... nope. Long jump. Just been hitting the wrong input here. For some reason, when I see the dash panels on the ceiling, it takes me a moment to register that no, they will not give me a boost when I hit them from below. Oops. Okay. That would have been fine were it not for the fact that, so first of all, I jumped too early, and secondly, I wasn't really holding left completely. I was kind of down on a bit of a diagonal, so I cut too much momentum. It would be fun if dash panels boosted you from below. I mean... having seen some 3D world makers squeeze a lot of mileage out of dash panels in terms of weird momentum mechanics. Like there's a lot of potential there. Now the dash panel gets me onto that extra block to its left, and we should get off the edge of that block before we do the long jump, because the long jump is currently not taking me quite far enough. Really do need to hold into a full long jump there, and also go off the edge, and also hold left the entire time. That's almost it, but not quite. So perhaps I am jumping a little early, or I'm just getting to that a little late when a creeper has already spawned too far. Perhaps one of the issues here is that this creeper, it does have a set spawn time when you get within range of it loading in, and currently the issue that I'm running into is not that I'm flubbing the long jump, but that the creeper is already too far along at that point, which means that we need to make that turn with the trampolines faster than I've been doing. And it means that I've been spending too much time doing things like wall slides or facing the wrong direction, when we need actually probably that additional boost from making contact with the sideways springs on a turnaround, whereas maybe not. I don't know. We'll go back there and see. But down we go. Oh, whoops, that was a twirl by accident. And the pipe is just down below that, so we're pretty close to getting out of that section. Reasonably close. Nope. But yeah, the pullback there is pretty necessary, I think. Apparently there aren't that many clears in this level, so there's no reason to believe necessarily that the world record is tight. I don't wonder how tight we'll wind up on a timer, but we'll discover that with experience. Once again, perhaps the double arrow down is telling me to ground pound instead? I don't know. I don't know if that's the right idea. I think we might need a momentum from running into the trampoline wall.
Oh no!
I'm actually just jumping too early still. But we'll go back and see if we can get a consistent pattern down to get past that point. You've accidentally tricked many players in that section. The springs don't help you because they actually slow you down versus dash pad only. Okay. Yeah, I think part of it is that I think a lot of other momentum-based levels in the 3D world style, often involving dash panels, have conditioned me to expect that reversing around springs will actually matter. It's true of a lot of things like music auto-scrollers as well, that very often, in order to maintain momentum rather than coming to a dead stop, they will encourage you to hit the trampoline walls and bounce yourself back and forth. So yeah, I suppose we should have taken the double down arrows seriously as a ground pound instead. That would be consistent with how we were asked to read them here. Whoops, nope. So we did ground pound now, but we're not landing on a dash panel, which... There, Bishide Visor, good morning to you as well. And yeah, Bishide Visor, we're actually once again talking earlier in the stream about putting together a co-op special at some point, especially because the co-op experience we had on the stream yesterday was a very positive one. Nope. I'm panning too soon on that, in fact. Okay. We'll try to make that happen. There we go. 8 seconds on the clock at this point. Let's see what's left. Oh. 1 second on the clock. So yeah, no, it's just reversing accurately on the dash panels as you land. That's all it is. That's okay, that was just my first reading of that section. Things were bound to happen. Nope. Come back to me. You're saying if you organize something. Yeah, I might want to collect some of those resources in advance anyway. Given that organized network multiplayer does require me to download things to my course world in advance, and, you know, I have to make room. Even just to play the multiplayer levels that we did yesterday, I had to go through my course world and really purge a lot of old playtesting files, because my course bot was jam-packed with playtesting copies of things that people had sent me for off-stream testing, rather, from even 2 years ago. I had to clean out a lot of that stuff. And it still feels very full. 8 seconds again on the clock. Again, we should be on pace so long as we don't flub these jumps. Like I just did. Nope. Everything was a mess. 25 levels in your super world. Wow, okay. And do you queue into them as multiplayer co-op or multiplayer versus? Because I know there were mechanical reasons were the ones that we did from 7MMC, where due to mechanisms breaking from co-op style respawning, that you had to queue in as versus for them to work. I'm sure we can discuss that anyway when we actually manage to get a separate co-op session together. It might not be for some time, but it's definitely something I'm much more interested in looking into now that we know roughly how it would go logistically. Uh, 8 seconds out to next pipe is our benchmark. Or take. There are definitely some inefficiencies with the way I'm playing this section, just given some of the wall slides that I have going on, but 8 seconds on the clock once again. Yeah, the wall slides are definitely slowing me down, but right now the main problem with the clock is just doing this stuff accurately. Time's up. Oh, we do not want to jump out of the final dash panel. We just want to go straight to the flag. I lost time by going over the flag. Yeah, no, I know the wall slides were a bit of a problem. I just didn't know how much of a problem. Oh. Cue them into co-op. Yeah, welcome back, as always, your quarter. Okay, let's do this again. Yeah, if I can mitigate some of the wall slides, that'd be great, but right now we are not falling that accurately. 29 seconds world record was definitely not optimized, yeah. I mean, I definitely had a lot of little slowdowns and inaccuracies everywhere that were adding up. And I feel like I would have made the buzzer that time if I had not jumped over the flag and if I'd just taken the last dash panel straight. Oh, missed it. We'll check your maker clear time afterwards, just out of curiosity. L64, you have to go. Yeah, I hope it was a useful playtest that we gave you on the Podoboo level earlier today. And have fun with all of the additional level making that you're doing. You're currently at a friend's place, Drabesh Advisor, but you're the only one awake as you went to sleep early. Yeah, nothing better to do than watch some Maker. At that ungodly hour. Anyway, glad I am able to provide you with some content for this unique circumstance. Yeah, Mel64, have fun with your capture card. Whatever you should use it for. Eight seconds once again. We didn't even make that jump that time. Oh, too early off the panel, I think. And it was 0 on the clock at that point, so we're running pretty tight here. And if I can shave off some seconds on the wall size, I really should, but... Yeah, I think I just have a habit of pressing into the walls when at that point we should have considered reversing directions already. Oh, no. There we go.
Oh no!
Finally mitigated one wall slide at least. And yeah, those should save me at least a second apiece. Wall slides are happening when I'm letting go of the directional button, in this case left, too late. Nope, missing the long jump there. That's alright, we're making some improvements as we go. Finally mitigating some of these wall slides here as well. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, if I can consistently cut out these first two wall slides, the time is much less of an issue. I've kind of gotten into that habit of using them as we were learning the level, but, you know, that was just to get us up to the point where we had some idea of how many optimizations remained. In general, I guess I should just, yeah, let go, let the dash panels send me into the wall, and then only press for the wall jump. Mechanically, it's a bit of an adjustment. As you can see. And Eggus Cook, welcome. Really enjoyed the Kilamari Zelda level that we played yesterday on the stream. Okay, time's up on that final dash panel, so we do still need to cut some wall slides. Getting closer. Yeah, this is not going to be the run. Yeah, no worries about missing it, Eggus. We have the VOD available. You need to catch up.
Oh no!
And here we go again. Okay, there we go. Finally cut that wall slide. And this one too. Only to miss. Yeah, if we cut every wall slide, we should have time to spare. We're currently just maybe half a second off. Given that I just needed to land on that dash panel and take it to the flag at the very end.
Oh no!
And yeah, in Mario, when you are under a tight timer, you really have to reconsider a lot of player actions that are just unconscious habits. And cut them one at a time.
Oh no!
There are a lot of subtleties to this level. In terms of when to reverse, when to let go, when to change direction. Direction, rather. A lot of small things that you have to do. And we're managing to make some corrections like that, little by little. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, there are definitely circumstances, for instance, where you want to let go of your directional button as you slam into a wall, which is not always going to be the intuitive thing that you want to do if you play a lot of other Mario that doesn't work that way. Whoa, no.
Oh
We
no!
missed a ground pound there, hence the bounce. It's funny comparing the reactions to a speedrun level, yeah. No, the wall slides there are going to kill me, so just scratch that right away. Oh, in general, I think the tuning of this level works pretty well in terms of... Oh, look, 9 seconds on the clock. We actually did make an improvement. Nope, too early off that jump. 1 second on the clock, though. We actually would have made it that time, had we jumped a little more accurately on that final left or right. Oops. We're getting closer. Yeah, I like the tuning of this level, actually, in that it's not so tight that you have zero flexibility, but it's just tight enough that you do need to make corrections. And figure out little things to improve and cut. But at the same time, it's not super, super strict. I mean, it is strict, but it's not strict to the point that you feel like you have no agency as a player, which... Oh, that slide is going to kill me, but... Let's see what we can do anyway. Yeah, 8 on the clock, that's going to be a bit low. Might as well practice this bit, though. Okay, so just going off the dash panel there, I want a long jump off the dash panel, actually. I don't want to just fall off of it, because it actually comes out a little bit low next to the flag. And had I done a long jump there, I think I would have made it. Oops. And Eggas, you're pretty critical about what you made. It would have been okay if they didn't approve it. Yeah, I mean, you've been really pumping out a whole series of Zelda concepts lately, so... And I do understand that with the later weeks, that they were short enough on levels that some things didn't get quite as much time on the oven as a lot of the makers wanted. Do you think if you got this level elsewhere, you would have realized not to bounce on the springs? No, I don't think so, because I've seen enough levels like this where spring momentum is actually critical. And so I don't think I would have thought about that. Especially because ground pounding imposes a bit of a delay on its own, right? Okay, I think we're a little low on the clock, having that come in at 8 seconds. 9 on the clock is ideal. But let's try it with a long jump. And as you can see, we were just a little bit off due to the wall size, but long jumps are clearly much better. Kavik, welcome Kavik. Speaking of which, I loved your level that you made with Lecter. The Italo-Norwegian special that we managed to play on the stream yesterday. So, hope you get a chance to see the VOD when you can. We had a great time with it. It was kind of interesting that it was extremely characteristic of a Lecter-style level and a Kavik-style level at the same time. It really did feel like both your styles. And yes, we played it on stream. Lecter did watch it already. He told me about that earlier today. It took me a few attempts to get the true ending off of Boom Boom at the end there, but I had a great time doing it. And finding a good, consistent method for making the boom boom fight happen. Whoops, too much of a wall slide, we're gonna die. Absolutely going to die. Yes, we did see the flags. The Italy and Norway flags in the secret room past the K and the L maker's signatures. So yeah, we did see the True ending. We did have to fight with that Hop Chop a little bit, but it did happen in the end. But yeah, it was great. I was trying to think of other instances where I would have seen a very intentional use of the chomp animation and hitbox on the 3D World Piranhas, and it was very hard to think of other examples where they were very deliberately used the way they were in that concept. So that was definitely still, I think, relatively unexplored territory for 3D World, and I think it turned out very well. Oh, if you entered the wrong pipes, you mean the yellow pipe at the beginning? No, we actually skipped the first yellow pipe. That is at the end of the pink coin sequence. Because I thought it was maybe the less good path, so we actually didn't see that. Oh, the pipes that spit plants. Yeah, okay, so there's a freeze frame for them. I considered entering one. I did not see that. We should maybe take another look. No, because we were definitely talking about that while in the process of thinking about secret hunting. Did we finally... Huh. Right on top of the flag. Okay, we need to cut at least another wall slide then here. Just a little off. Nope. It's not really frame perfect. Like, there are clearly enough suboptimal plays that I'm making here in terms of spending too much time on wall slides and the like that. You know, I'm not playing this well enough to complain about tightness just yet, but we've basically had to correct one behavior at a time and cut out little things here and there with additional attempts. The VOD playthrough, it is in my last 7 MMC VOD, so the one that is labeled Week 6, Part 2 of 2, plus multiplayer, and it's, I think, about 2 hours in. It was the last one that I published under highlights, because we played it yesterday, so it should be fairly easy to find, and yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure you'll find my pace of play very demanding on your patience as usual, but I'm sure it will be a great time. And look at that, we got the flag. Oh, sorry about that, Aegis. That should have been permitted. Hang on. My regular expressions must be broken. Let me give you a chance to do that. Yeah, no, I thought I had set it up that all links within Twitch should automatically be approved, but I have to check my bot because I haven't actually tested that in a long time. Anyway, thank you so much, Hegemon. K2 Hegemon for sending a dashing speed dash of dashingness in lieu of the playtest that you want to put together once you've figured out what's going on with your doors. Hope you get that sorted out sooner or later. We're marking this as a win, and we're going to go down the list. Oh yeah, we already did a final call for Sand Walrus, didn't we? I think they're long gone. Let's remove And we have Supernova here at the end of the queue. Yeah, Supernova, let me know if we're doing another playtest of the same level. It's perfectly fine if we do, and indeed, I would probably stick with it longer. Yeah, since you're last in the official queue right now, I will try to take it all the way to the end, if I can. And then we will see after that whether it's practical for me to take anything. You need to clear check? Let me know how much time you need, because if it makes sense for me to play a little something first, we can do it. And it's easy for me to do so. Especially with the people we have present. A couple minutes. In that case, Aegis, you just came in. But if you want, we can catch up on one of the re-uploads of your recent Zelda dungeons. Because I know we missed one of them. If we need to fill in a few minutes, and since you just came in anyway, if you wanted to have another look at this, we can do it. Either that, or we'll just look at something like the art pop puzzle that we had discussed earlier. So let me know. We'll give you a veto on this, in case you'd like to see it. You don't think much changed on this? Yeah, we're just filling a little bit of time before Supernova comes in anyway, so we can take a quick peek. And I will do Supernova's playtest for as long as it takes me to get through it. We spent way too much time on it earlier, but part of it was a learning process. Whoops. Yeah, we played the earlier version of this one some weeks ago, and I totally trapped myself for going up top, which seemed like the natural thing to do. And, yes, this is the one where you blow up the skull. What time? Well, I mean, once you're on the other side, of course, but... Let's make sure the hit actually goes. Yep, we'll do it. And you have to clear from the checky, yeah. Gotta make sure your checkpoints are cached. Whoops, nope, hang on. There we go. Then stomp this. Or break this, rather. Yeah, this is the one that eventually sends you up to center column, right? This level, rather. Right, and we have some kind of switch activation that leaves these platforms in place instead of having them sync. There's a big P here that indicates P-switch. I don't think we can speed past this, but of course I'm not quite skilled enough to check. And... okay, so... I have to keep in mind what I have and haven't done. We play levels like this. Oh, let's not fall into the abyss. Was it this side? Let me check. Yeah, it is very much a Zelda dungeon. Now we'll try to do a drop shot here. Whoops. Maybe this way, as you can see. I guess there's a bit of a subtle marker here. No, that's not a marker. We just go bottom and then... Whoops. That was a needless way to go. To remove the story and comments, yeah. I mean, it's a totally comprehensible level without that, so... Is there a way to actually rescue yourself if you go up top? I remember I kind of got locked up there in previous attempts, so... Okay. Here we are. And what have we got? Yeah, we did right side first last time. That's okay. That got something switched into position. Oh, right. Bomb here. Yeah, you'll upload it when I GG. Shouldn't be long. Whoops. Just wanted to pluck out something that I knew I could do relatively quickly, even though, as you can see, I don't actually remember the solutions. I remember the general flow of the level, though. Might have seemed like a good thing to take off the list since we just saw Aegis come in anyway, and we're just talking about the result of the level. Yeah, this is the bit that you go through once you've got the P-switch done, and then this mostly serves to unlock this. Okay, let's jump blindly into the middle, because that's kind of foolish thing we do around here. Okay. And we can just make this jump straight up, right? No, we can't. No, we can't. Have to actually make decent estimates about where I'm standing. And whoops. Okay, let's remember to run out this time. Seems rather important that we do. And then out we go. Yeah, I haven't really noticed any of the changes so far, but as Aegis was saying, not much that is new. And yeah, you do need to do right side first because of the blaster setup. So we'll do that. And loop around to get that one lowered. Get the one on the other side and the right side raised. Nope, that's a miss. No, that's gonna be a miss as well. And up we go. Big P-switch up top that we will eventually hit when we manage to loop around this figure 8 structure. Oh, whoops. Let's not touch that. Okay, should be able to jump down at this point. Yeah, let's get these guys out of the way if I can. And then we drop... Whoops. Drop. Hang on. Drop the bomb over here. Bad idea. Yeah, Calvic, just skip around a bit. No need to watch the whole thing. We were taking everything pretty slowly, so... Although a big part of it was repeating the Boom Boom fight at the end to get the bonus objective, we had a lot of very unnecessary and embarrassing failures to make that happen. Especially because I actually did beat that fight a few times, I think, and only to die at the Hop Chop. I'm pretty sure I died at Hop Chop at least once or twice, and that extended my time with the level considerably. I guess I might have spoiled that for you, but that does explain the rather laborious pacing. And in all that time, we didn't find that pipe secret that you were talking about. Maybe we should have taken a moment to see that instead while waiting for the playtest. But no, I'm quite happy to play through this one quickly. See if we can break anything. This is the only poison section you can have since this is vertical auto-scroll. Yeah. That's how the camera control is going here. Let's jump around. This guy if we can. Okay, so we need to rethink this. I dropped the bomb on top of this guy, and then... Oh yeah, we can just do the shot over here, right? And shoot again. Yeah, we can do things the sensible way. And then just drop another shot to... Hang on. Head down to the next platform. Let me... some adjustments here. No, not liking that. I think we need to rethink this. I liked the bomb drop from this location earlier, but it was not quite what we wanted. As you come down here, yeah, you're able to do the drop shot and then just skip around before the next thing comes down. Nope. It's going to be too slow. That does allow me to grab the coin at least. I believe I should have to do this shot this way. Hang on. You think the low clear rate is mostly due to this poison section? Yeah, we'll see. I haven't quite found a convenient switch activation there yet. Hey, we have to check this. I've been talking about it so much. Yeah, I was kind of concerned that this would just kill you outright. I think it does, unfortunately. You knew the plant on the way outside the exclamation block room would get me. Yep, absolutely. Some fairly predictable behaviors there. Puzzling above poison. Yes. Oh, if you're talking about the later section where we've been missing every shot. Yeah, no, I was thinking about maybe how to position a bomb there on a delay, but... Oops. Come on. Let's go. There we are. Yeah, I was just kind of having a discussion with somebody on a previous stream, probably when we were playtesting somebody's not quite troll level, that the mark of a good troll is something that feels self-inflicted, where the level is doing it to you, but at the same time the player kind of feels like they have nobody to blame but themselves when it comes to their own patterns and cognitive habits and general impulsiveness, lack of observational skill, that sort of thing. Where, anyway, the rule of thumb is the best trolls feel self-inflicted, and I think that's why it works. Yeah. There we go. So I think we need to fire a shot at this, and then it is going to be a double shot actually, except I want to... Yeah, it is a long way to get back to that segment, but we'll do it. I think it is going to be a double shot, and that's all it is. Because that's by far the most convenient location to actually hit that switch accurately. And we have to take advantage of that by, first of all, picking up the Master Sword, which is a rather critical part of this, our operation. You're still pretty mid at making levels. I had to take a look at that for a moment and wonder if you're merely mild at making levels or mad at making levels, which a lot of people are, especially if they take this craft seriously. But no, it's perfectly fine to be just mid. Grande, as they say at Starbucks. Totally mid. And Electro Dude, welcome. Did I say that already? I think I did. Maybe. Okay. There we go. Yeah, double shots. And we'll dunk this thing here. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, there's a vine there too. Yeah, Electro Dude, how rude was that? Anyway, P-switch gets me across to the other side, and then there's a coin over here, which will be obtainable through some other passage. Back up. Probably the center pipe. I actually don't remember what is located where in this level. Oh yeah, this is coin, so no, we want to go through the other door first then. While we still can. Supernova, you're assuming medium, well, You know what they say, the medium is the message. At which point Marshall McLuhan logs in with his account and says, "You know nothing of my work." Okay, let's go up. Oh yes, I remember this little thing here. You know, I seem to recall that there's an energy tank near the end of Metroid Fusion that works exactly like this room, except with a Shine Spark. I don't know why I'm reminded of that, because, you know, there's so many timing elements in this game generally that it's not like that's the only timing mechanic that exists. But I am reminded of that one specifically. Yeah, Kavik, despite what the bot says, I queued in Supernova and was waiting for a playtest from him. And this is actually Aegis Cook's level. We're playing it to kill time while Supernova got his clear check done. So the bot is lying to you. It is not Supernova's level. It is a re-upload of an Aegis dungeon from a little while back. Okay, so here we are. There's an additional coin up there if we want to deal with it at some point. As well as a spike ball that will roll on over with a shield, I'm sure. Oh, whoops. And I'm sure we can also just shoot that thing. But no, we'll do things the hard way. That's how things get done around here. There we go. Yeah, some vines to take you up just far enough to see that there is a coin located there. In case we want to loop around. Yeah, Kavik, that's because we queued Supernova's level into the bot, hence why it shows up in the top of the stream. But this is basically the Supernova playtest waiting room. Then, oh yeah, these three guys down here will eventually just push the spike ball over and roll right over them. That breaks that open and gives me a door, which then tells me, oh yeah, this is just one dead-looking dragon. Doesn't even have a fairy fountain buried in his carcass, like all the cool dragons do. Okay. Oh yes, let's figure out what this is all about. Red blaster. And, you know, we're standing on top of something that's clearly supposed to spawn a vine eventually, but... There we go. Yeah. Needed to poke that thing, and... that gets me nothing. Except the door, which we should check. And that's the flagpole, okay. Yeah, it is very cute, just a little micro puzzle that, well, is mostly an excuse to just cathartically roll over all the hammers with a big spike ball. Anyway, let's get to the actual Supernova, whose level design I'm told is very mid. we'll see if that remains the case. So yeah, the next one's from Nova. It is a new version of a playtest we were doing earlier in the stream and didn't finish. Let me just pull up your actual code. Or just refresh my followed list. Which I've had to really clean out lately because... Yeah, it is for Casper. I did see that earlier. If you would like me to do a refresh at this point, there we go. Long-legged Larry. Harder platforming level for your man. Yeah, we'll likely finish on this today. And yeah, my pleasure, I guess, once again, too. I played the latest version of yet another Dungeon on your Zelda Fest. Yeah, replacing it with blue platform and splitting it into 2 platforms. Good solution, I think. That's a lot clearer, because then there's no expectation on a part of the player that anything is going to come back up. It makes a big difference psychologically, actually, Supernova, that if you know the platform isn't going to come back, then you start thinking a little earlier about what your other options are going to be. And by a little earlier, I mean, you know, just earlier enough to make a difference. Whoops. Bit of a poor correction there. I did want to hit it from the left of the block. But after missing here and there, who knows what would happen. And yeah, I'll try to finish the whole test this time. We were making other people in the queue wait for quite a long time earlier, which is why we failed after checkpoint. But it's clearly quite a lot of progress left to be made. Whoops. That's a slip. You still need to find a way to silence the launchers in the first section. Yeah, it's not that intrusive, but I know that you want that level of polish. And I could tell that's what the off-screen red Yoshi later was supposedly for, if you're using egg blocking. And okay, here we go. There we go, finally. Yeah, when you actually do things as intended, the timing feels quite right. I always feel like the cloud turns back maybe a tile further to the right than I expect, but I think that's probably because mentally I'm always expecting things to be symmetrical, and Cloud's not going to play that way because it does have other duties on the right side of that column that it needs to get to as soon as it's able. Okay, here we go. There we go. Now, yeah, I'm stalling too long in this area, I feel. Oh, that's interesting that we got within bomb range. Or we're just sinking too quickly. I didn't actually see what I did wrong there because I don't know if I just got there too late or got onto Spiny too late or what. Let's go back there and fix that. Phone 25, welcome. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing well. And whoops. I guess you might change and re-upload and re-upload. Yeah, it's... easy to kind of fall into that and tweak when you have any kind of complex systems going on. I'm sure that even things that look absolutely pristine to players, that is, to Maker, you're always seeing a very large sample of player behaviors that make you think if you maybe tweak this one thing, it would go a bit better, but... maybe some changes are going to be higher priority than others. Yeah, we were just within bomb range earlier. That's what caught me there by surprise. I don't know if there's a good way to prevent that, because it depends very heavily on just my positioning as somebody spin jumping on a Spiny. I feel like maybe the player should always be able to avoid that just fine as is. Oh yeah, this is the thing that we were supposed to do as a drop, and if you do drop it at the arrow, it does miss, surprisingly. So maybe I will revert back to the method I was comfortable with earlier. Pwn25, you're just working on your Halloween level right now, and you're going to break a Maker 2 world record by having the most ghosts in a single level. Yeah, back that up in case Nintendo nukes it, if you are doing anything that might trip their detection. Whoops. Because we've seen things like Boo Ring levels get into trouble for less. And do feel free to drop that by here when you're ready. You're going to break the Maker 2 world record, but how do you know what the existing record is? I don't remember anybody calling up the Guinness Book of World Records and asking them to check their boos. How did I miss that? That was very unfortunate. Oh, interesting that you have that blue spike top in that location. Maybe that was already there, huh? Whoops. No one has proved you wrong when you claimed a record. Okay, but then... in that case, though, you could claim anything you like. That seems theoretically difficult to pull off. You know, if the basis for claiming a world record is that nobody's contesting the claim with something else provable, I think in order to do that, you do have to finish your level first. Okay, that works a lot better, actually. I think that was a change. And I see that you've done a little bit of height and spacing adjustment here as well to make it flow with the new blue spike top setup. Very fortunate, Supernova, that you did have the entity space to get some of that done. Oh, activated the swamp a little late here. That's okay, we'll make it here in time. Currently have 9 left. Yeah, Electrodude, that part with the one-way panel, I died to it the first time I saw it because in the previous playtest, because even though there were some differences from the current version, I just kind of stalled there and looked at it for too long and missed a relevant cycle. And I still haven't gotten much further than that because you do need to figure out the bounce order pretty quickly in terms of doing a little bit of back and forth with the blocks and the bomb over here. So for example, run. Yeah, I like the spacing a lot better. It was previously a bit of a stretch. I felt like it's supposed to be bomb, and then, yeah, that is going to raise another tower, and then you go left. That was actually correct, I just didn't bounce left accurately because I was too busy reading what was going on. But I think I understood that. Okay, look at that, right on target that time. Just covered the whole P block. Yeah, that spacing feels so much better now. Feels very natural. We'll pretend that was an intentional death to just admire that one more time, but the bullseye is never going to get better than that, so... Unfortunately, maximum satisfaction has already been achieved. Hey, look at that. Maximum satisfaction has been achieved again. How satisfying. Okay, momentum there did not quite work. I think I just missed completely. Oh, yeah, no. I was supposed to dunk the bomb and we totally didn't raise the tower I wanted. No, I was just supposed to dunk it, not spin kick it. So. I'm aware that player number for your levels is 2. I'm aware of it now. I'm pretty sure you had told me about that before, but I wasn't... I mean, I wouldn't have remembered it if you just asked me without having reminded me first, so... Yeah, that the player number is 2 is convenient. It was a lot of fun to do required 4-player levels from 7MMC yesterday, but we definitely needed a sufficient number of volunteers with their games open. And also people volunteering to stay way past their bedtimes. And yeah, maybe I should consider doing the drop method, but I like my method better as long as I get the spacing down in this section here. And like I was saying, I feel like the arrow positioning might be a little bit misleading anyway, even if you do the drop, although maybe since this level was designed for players like Casper, perhaps my habits are not really reflective of how much of the audience will read that and execute it. Okay. Not a bullseye. Satisfaction has not been achieved. And I wasn't able to bounce on the left side of that block either, which... problem. Whoops. Okay, we just missed once again. It blew up the hard block on the right side, and I didn't manage to dunk it on the spot that I wanted. You added a little wall there too, huh? Can't quite visualize that, but... whoa, that was not the thing to do. Absolutely not the thing to do. Up we go. And everything's going to drop. Nope. I was trying to be careful not to hit the bomb prematurely. And instead we just missed everything. So. That could have gone better. No. A little bit late there. Yeah, there's no use delaying there. I think maybe I had one attempt on the previous version where I might have hit the switch too early, but in general I'm dying to hitting it too late, so... Yeah, the forward throw seems much easier to execute than the drop in midair. So I would like to stick with my method. And there we go, finally got that. Oh, okay, that's how you jump. I was staring at that for a moment and thinking, huh, what do I jump on top of, before realizing that you have a blaster that's unblocked. Which isn't naturally the thing you would expect, given that everything else is silenced. But, of course, it's not like you can use a red blaster there, right? So, I don't know how else that could be demarcated in a way that makes a bullet something you would expect. I think to a certain extent a player is going to look at it and have to take a moment to think, huh, what's actually going to give me the way out? And it is something that can be doable blind. Somebody who actually knows how to react to what's going on. That felt a lot more comfortable, that spacing this time. Yeah, there's plenty of time to react, actually, if you're just paying attention. No, I feel like I needed to pick that up on the way up. And X is pretty close. Also, a bridge up top, which seems like it's an up throw waiting to happen. Nope. Okay, let's grab this here, and whoop. Decided to blow up the level instead. In the most spectacular fashion. Nope, lost too much momentum. You have to be pretty quick. That does require a clean landing after that high jump there. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, a lot of my momentum correction is just off. I do need a tiny bit of a dash there before I make that jump if I'm going to land in a position like that. There we go. Bullseye? Yeah. Yeah, definitely getting squished by the wall on the left side of this block when I'm trying to wrap around it is a bit of a risk factor there if I hit the block a little too far to the left. And it gives me slightly less than one tile width to work with. But I just need to be aware of when that happens, I suppose. Otherwise it is a rude surprise. I mean, it's pretty clear when I don't have a full tile of space to jump around, but I feel like my habit is to go on the left side of the formerly winged block so we can get some left to right momentum going in advance of that jump. That is about to happen. Whoops. Still a little bit slow here for me. No. Yeah, maybe we should be going with that drop method, but... I do feel like I want to keep things simple here. Here we go. Yeah, I always feel like I'm about to hit the bomb when I'm landing on the first... those two yellow blocks. And I do have a tendency to overcorrect for it by pulling towards the left, which is why I'm getting into trouble there. Because I'm kind of flinching away from the big bomb. But we'll let's try to correct for that. Nope. And then let's go over here. So again, just slightly late. Okay, nice clean hit. And up. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was salvaged, just barely. And once again, I was trying to pull back from the bomb and that's what happened. I just slipped right off. And I should actually just maybe trust that I'm not going to run into that bomb prematurely, but... might just be an artifact of my particular timing. Up we go. Okay, that was a little late on a bomb that time because it dropped too far to the right. Nope. Once again, throwing a little aggressively. Yeah, you do want to hit that bomb as soon as possible so it drops into its walking state early enough that I don't need to think too hard about its position. Okay, this should be much more comfortable. Left, and then over to bullet, but of course we should do a full bounce there with the expectation that I will bump my head against the one-way panels. When I see the one-way panels like that, I think there's maybe an inclination to do a short bounce since I know I'll have to keep things low anyway, but no, that does run into a little bit of trouble. We do want a nice firm jump. Will this hit? Yes, it will. And once again, just Yeah, I did hit my head on the one-way panels that time, but the angle actually dunked me back to the spike, so we'll see if we can improve on that bounce a little bit. Whoops. Oh, I'm way late this time. Almost there. And we did see the ending coming on what was our best attempt previously, so we're not too far from that. A couple of things to read up to that point, but yeah. Yeah, the flying block positioning now feels much more flexible than it did now that you've made the improvements with Blue Shell. That was too far to the right. So here's the curious thing. At the beginning of this section, you have an arrow that's placed to the left of the track, and it feels like it's too far left. Later on, when you have the back diagonal arrows, it's pretty clear what you have to do. You bounce on the bombs and bounce backwards, but now those bombs are dropping a little too far to the right when I hit them in those locations. I don't know if there's a good compromise for marking systems like that, where... Yeah, this is clearly close to being too late. Not quite too late, but it was a risk. I feel like I'm supposed to drop on top of the claw myself and jump off of the claw. Directly bouncing off the bomb might not be happening here, even though I must have done that previously. That's okay, we'll try to make it work. Yeah, you raised the arrow by a tile, you're saying. Whoops. That was nearly a reading chat death. Nearly. Whoops. Okay. Get some of these bad attempts out of the way, and then be right back into it. Here we go. Nope, it's not, because the spike placement is actually specifically discouraging you from trying to get into the claw. You'd have to be... no, it's just not viable, actually. So I do need a short bounce directly out of the bomb. And perhaps I want to avoid hitting those one-way panels up top because of the way that they deflect my angle. Making the launcher comes up sooner makes that jump easier. Whoops. Yeah, okay, I should focus on this section, but I'm thinking ahead to see what you mean there and what I can do differently, because... Yeah, currently the bounce off of that bomb is the sticking point. It was really something that I hadn't even thought about earlier because I did not think it would be a problem. And it wasn't a problem until the last few attempts that made it there. And now it has become... Yeah, a bit of a... challenge to navigate. Whoops. That was way off, look at that. One whole tile too late. And too high, which becomes an issue on the second pass. As you were getting back up. from the platform below. Alright, we'll jump these. And head on over. Look at that. Almost satisfying. For now it's merely satisficing. Whoops. What are you using to raise the launcher? Sideways cannons on the side of conveyor belts. Then... yeah, I guess the bomb just releases an obstruction that prevents them rising past a certain point. Which is also why your target is just one tile wide and can be one tile wide. It's actually pretty elegant. And also not too heavy on the budget, which is why a lot of these changes in the design have been flexible and available. There we go. A little bit wary of stepping off of the hard blocks onto the spikes as I pass the one-way panel and attempt to make that jump. So one-way panels as elements generally have a way of kind of throwing me off visually. Something about their design just makes me read their spacing as being tighter than it actually is. Once again, too high bounce. And Kalvik, yeah, I'm glad you managed to catch the VOD of the playthrough. Like I said, really appreciated the level. I'll have to go back to look at that pipe secret that you were telling me about. Incidentally, I hope you enjoyed your time in Norway. Apart from, you know, all the projects with Lecter and the pizza and all that. Okay. Up we go. Okay, yeah, short bounce will do that consistently. Bullet Blaster here will do this. That's not right. I need to dip quite a ways further down, then release, and then cling on to Divine. It rained 5 out of 7 days, yeah. That latitude. And by that sea, that is what is going to happen. Anyway, Luca, I hope you've been doing fine, and that you've caught up on some sleep. Yeah, I certainly hope that the bomb throw at the vine is going to land accurately on the track as needed. I'm actually mostly worried about the vertical positioning that I will have when I do the bomb release, because it will matter in terms of when the bomb is going to make contact with the lava. And it's pretty obvious to me how it's supposed to look, but, you know, in the midst of falling down and clinging immediately afterwards. That could take a little bit of practice. It will always land there as you have a spike floor. Okay, so it's mostly there to just kind of trick you out. Good way of correcting for that. Supernova truly thinks of maybe not everything, but many things. Nope, too late. All right. Then we'll go over here and not spend too long. Yeah, short bounce was the way all along. Okay. Grab the bomb. Oh, whoops. It's very tempting to up-throw the bomb towards the bridge up top. Because as you can see, the bridge up top is surrounded by hard blocks. I can definitely not reach that by jumping, so it's pointless to do it, but it's a viable target, and I'm just curious about hitting it. So, we shall see. We do anything of the sort. Hey, look at that. Satisfaction guaranteed. I feel like much of the pleasure of playing this level is seeing if I can actually hit the bullseye on target every time I go back to the flying block. Nope. So this was the risk here, is that if you anticipate getting back on the vine too soon, then that turns into an up throw if you are thinking about the vine climb before you've actually successfully made a release. That was why the up throw was happening. I was already thinking in my head earlier that that was a risk because I was sort of planning around a sequence of having to release and then hit up and climb. And I thought, oh, I'd better be careful with that, or it's going to be an up throw. And lo and behold, we managed to give you an ample demonstration of that at the cost of the game audio, so let's fix that up. We hit my game audio right in the bullseye. Yeah, as I was saying, even my local audio is kaput today, which is why we haven't been playing music levels, nor have I really been able to comment on people's sound effect design, but I understand that on the stream the audio has been coming through up to this point, so even I have to go back to some of my earlier footage to see how things are sounding, because basically my whole setup needs fixing. Whoops. Natcat, I've actually not updated to latest versions of OBS yet because I had to revert and update at one point because it was significantly more demanding on the CPU and memory, and on my old machine this is already kind of at the limit of what I can handle when it comes to streaming, so I had to revert and stop updating OBS at some point to basically prevent that particular issue. Like I've been saying, I'm really hoping to do a new PC build at some point in the next few months, especially because I want to get it done ahead of Stormgate, which is the RTS by the StarCraft 2 development team, which will be a major priority for me when I can play it, but if I don't do a new PC build, I will not be able to, so... But that won't be for some time to come. I know they're doing a beta sometime middle of next year, and release is probably quite a long time off. I already have a pretty clear picture of what my video game schedule is going to look like in the months ahead. Because, I mean, I don't really have that much time to play these days, and the things that I do play are all extremely time-consuming. I've been on Xenoblade 3 for the past 3 months. Natcat, I haven't done a new build in a while. Because I've actually just used laptops most of my life. But I did do a build for a family member some years ago. And I've worked with some IT environments in the past. I'm not an IT professional now, but I have done some IT work here and there, shall we say. And it's not really that intimidating if you go in prepared. But yeah, ever since I've started streaming, I think there's been a bit of added pressure for me to update my whole technological environment a little bit, but I do keep on putting that off. One of the things about spending all my time on the Nintendo Switch is that this lucky little device handles so much and consumes so much of my time that it gets me by, and which means that if there are games on PC that I can't play yet, I just wind up playing other stuff because it's not like I lack content here, so it's very easy to just put it off indefinitely and just tell yourself year after year, oh, I'll just wait until this generation of graphics cards goes down or whatever, which it finally has started to cool off a bit, given the crypto collapse earlier this year. Yeah, but even so, not a lot of time these days, due to a whole bunch of expanding commitments. But we keep on trucking along with Mario Maker here, as you can see, and we'll still be back to do viewer levels and other things week on week. Speaking of which, I guess I should, since we are hopefully coming to the end of this level and by extension the end of the stream, I guess I should talk about what we have planned. The near future. Whoops, missed that jump entirely. So this coming week I'm going to try to stream a little more Maker just to tidy up some loose ends and unfinished business. Mostly we have one big new escape room from Redbeard that I want to try out. We did sort of an initial look at it, but didn't really get to solving it when it was submitted as a sneak preview last week. And of course, Redbeard was such a gracious teammate through all of the co-op session yesterday as well. And we have a couple of other things to catch up on. I'm hoping to just catch up on levels by various friends and reliable makers within the community, off my own private list as I occasionally do. Because focusing on 7MMC recently did put me pretty far behind on that score. But the thing we'll be building towards is next Friday night / Saturday morning, I think, is probably when we'll start our run through Bayonetta 3, assuming my copy arrives on time. As we had talked about earlier in the stream, very much a longtime player of the Platinum, or formerly Clover, action games, and so... But I haven't streamed one of them before, and so it'll be interesting, I think, to bring in a new Bayonetta as the next big thing here. Kind of a big change from what we usually do as well. So that's currently the ambition. That's going to be the next big non-Mario Maker single-player thing that I have planned to take us into early November, and then we'll see what's after that. I have a couple of other things in the backlog that we'll hopefully get to between now and the end of 2022, which is coming sooner than one would think. Whoops. Which day specifically am I going to stream this week? I'll determine that. I've been trying to stream maybe every other day. I've fallen into a pattern lately where I try to do Monday, Tuesday, like Monday PM, Tuesday AM. And we've had that going most weeks lately. This week I'll need to make a few changes because we might be dealing with some other real-world commitments that aren't normally on the calendar, but probably 2 days from now, because Luca, I definitely want to catch up on yours as well, the collaborations that you've been doing with Meng. Both the Magma puzzle level as well as the 69MMC, they were things that were kind of on my list. And we'll try to do that. I do want to do that escape room I mentioned earlier. We'll see if we can fit in both things this week, but it'll be a bit challenging. Whoops. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. We had gotten close to the end of this level several times, and then we've been flagging a bit in recent attempts, whoops, in some fairly innocuous looking places where I'm just slipping off corners. So let's get back into it. Let's see if we can fix things up. Yeah, it's been challenging to keep up any kind of a consistent streaming schedule this year. Just a lot of chaos and unexpected commitments and all that. I was trying to do a short bounce this time, but as you can see, the momentum wasn't quite right. I think I was still facing left to right when I was making contact with the bomb, and that was enough to get me into trouble there when it comes to getting safely back on that platform. So we'll make an attempt on that again and see if we can clean it up. Oh, whoops. Also pulling back too aggressively on several places here. And yeah, Luca, I don't know if you're on my channels, Discord specifically. I know that a lot of people here, don't want to be in too many Discords at once, and you just end up having things pile up and notifications you have to switch off and channels that you never read, but that is where I try to bring a bit of clarity to the scheduling information, at least. Time to time. I try to keep things updated there. And let me just punch this out. Okay, got the bomb. This. Nope. Once again, same problem with the up throw. And yeah, that's the last thing here is raising the tower. Notice that the tower, once it goes all the way up, might actually be high enough to get me up to the bridge. If we wanted to do that and risk it. Yeah, so Derbeshad Visitor, this is Supernova's maker code, but this is also a playtest that is a temporary upload, so it might have been taken down by now for all I know. It is an early test. And just let me punch in the Discord for anybody who needs it. And alright, let's get this in. And up we go. One thing I'm also trying to determine, and this is going to be maybe a longer term project, is... Whoa. See, that's what happens when you check the bridge, to see, do I have enough height when, the win was just clearly available and in sight. But hey, I had to know. We weren't just going to leave that. Yeah, so in the longer term, one thing I'm considering, and no people are constantly asking me, if you have any plans to put some content on YouTube or do anything like that. I've actually been thinking, and this is unrelated to YouTube, but if there's any appetite for written content from me about game design, Mario Maker, anything like that, I feel like we've been talking recently about how there's a bit of a dearth of longer form content that actually kind of accurately gives people a portrait of things like this game and its community and the current state of Mario Maker, which is, a very strong community on Twitch and perhaps to some extent on YouTube, but which at this stage I think has much less public engagement with the outside world than Maker 1 had, certainly. Partly because of the lack of big channels that are reaching the outside world, but I don't know, in general I find that a lot of video game coverage for specialist communities dropped out of any kind of written content a long time ago, though, and migrated entirely towards video. So there's this kind of bifurcation where people know that if you want something that's actually a specialist community talking to itself, you have YouTube and perhaps now Discord for actual discussion. And then the Google searchable written world just is almost occupied entirely by generalists who don't necessarily know what's going on. So I kind of wonder if there's an appetite to maybe start something on Substack or one of those places to actually just talk about game design at length. Especially now that I don't really do things like message boards anymore, which I used to more prolifically back when I had time and back before I was streaming. Now, Luigi74569, how much time have I spent on this level? Very much. I playtested most of it in an early version earlier today. And yeah, we've gotten very close to the finish here in this session over the course of the better part of an hour, probably, with lots of blown attempts in between. But yeah, certainly one thing I'm looking into is whether there's some kind of appetite for video game content for me that is off Twitch and what form it would best take. Because I think things like YouTube are a little bit oversaturated nowadays, although it is a very natural fit for video game content because it is video. Which I suppose is why I think gravitated there with time. I do find it to be a little oversaturated, though. So it would be a question of whether we have anything in particular to offer that would be a bit more unique. But yeah, we'll figure that out. I mean, I do kind of have my hands full with Twitch as it is. So this is a longer-term consideration. And okay. I feel like I've already cleared this level in spirit because we just had a self-inflicted death at the end while poking around needlessly. I had actually completed the last task. But we'll try it out anyway, even though, of course, as an early playtest, registering the clear doesn't actually matter. But at least, you know, I'll not feel bad about bailing on this early if I have to. And if I have to run off, because we did manage to prove that I can do the final bomb throw at the very end. Whether I can do it twice is a trick we will have to uncover. So satisfying every time I hit the bullseye. I feel like that's very much the point of this level in some ways. Nope. I knew that was going to be a problem. And of course, when Supernova eventually has a finished version, we'll be playing it yet again. But we'll come in mostly prepared. And yeah, this time around when I played it, the first section went really well. I mean, I guess the initial reading and understanding obstacle was over, and of course the platforms that you redesigned had felt significantly improved. Oh, way too late. Well, maybe not. But too late to do that jumping back and forth. Anyway. Couple of flubs over there, and then the bomb was clearly not going to be dunked early enough to do the job it needed. Whoa. Missed that jump to the switch entirely. No. Everything about that sequence felt a little awkward this time around, just didn't have the momentum correction in the right places at all. Okay. Yeah, as with a lot of the best auto-scroll concepts, one thing I do like about this is that if you are behind pace in certain locations, there are often opportunities to catch up. You don't need to be absolutely perfect as long as you take advantage of opportunities to recover from mistakes. And I feel like that's one of the most underrated and important things about auto-scroll, is that having a slight opportunity to recover from lapses and come back from bad timings is what makes good difficulty tuning. And yeah, there are certain things here that are unforgiving in terms of absolutely having to hit first opportunities and first bounces. Yeah, I like the ending. It's kind of slightly more challenging than what came before it, but very readable. I don't know if I'm going to be the only one to try to poke up at that bridge up top, though. I feel like that's going to divert more than one person, although maybe I tend to poke around a little more than most. Yeah, Natcat, you can always remix the audio over THX. We go. Yeah, most of it is in the main world, and it didn't feel that long. Yeah, it's a pretty quick level, actually. It's just that I'm making it look very long. And for this auto-scroll speed, I think that's part of what kind of makes it look packed, is that, you know, the camera is only going to go so fast, so you're actually spending a lot of time maintaining a central position, in some cases jumping back and forth, or doing a lot of interactions within the same column. Or even spending some time rising on a column in ways that you wouldn't necessarily spend time doing on a level where you had full camera control. So it makes it feel very densely packed. In some ways, because you're doing a lot per screen. So, nothing about the auto-scroll feels slow, because you don't have time to hug any boundaries or get ahead of it. Yeah, you have one screen of space left. I feel like the pacing is fine. Unless you wanted to dump some bonus room in there somewhere, but... I think there's a very natural development to this sequence. Up to that final throw. Look at that, bullseye once again. Oh, that was a squish. I was just about to say, it would be very sad if the eventual clear attempt here did not involve a bullseye. Some ways I feel subjectively it must, in order to truly feel like a proper run. Nope, too late. Once again, I'm hitting the bomb out of its wings too late to begin with, and that's the problem I'm running into there, is that it is simply too far to the right when it starts walking. I need to launch it nice and early and, yeah, pop it nice and early to the back, and then there we go. I mean, the timing that matters here is how quickly do I stomp it out of its wings, and you got to do that as soon as possible. Oh, wow, missed. Completely missed. I wonder... No, that's not skippable because of the spikes by the one-way panel. I was definitely kind of looking at that and thinking about cheese potential, but nothing that I can do. Oh, a little late on that one. Oh. Go. That was barely salvaged, only to make a disaster out of that at the very end. Come on, up we go. Okay. Yeah, have a nice clean loop around the back, and then that spacing felt pretty comfortable this time. Okay, let's not destroy the bomb. Let's not up-throw the bomb. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm always anticipating Divine too early. That's the thing that makes it tricky. You can't do things out of sequence there. Okay. That's okay. I knew that wasn't going to be clear because we didn't hit the bullseye. But even if we had hit the goal at the end, it would not have felt like a clear in its proper sense. So this time we'll do it right, I hope. You see? You see what I mean? We had to hit the bullseye to make that happen. The universe had to be set back in balance, and a communication error has occurred. Thank you for the GGs, and Supernova, especially thank you for bearing with that particularly laborious playtest. I think things worked pretty well. The changes were significant in terms of how they felt, both in the first and the second section, with the flimsy lifts first of all, and then with the bullseye block, basically, like that whole area, and a redesign with the blue spike tops. I thought that worked fantastically. I think, I mean, I can't look at more info because you've taken down the upload, but the bridge at the end, above the final section, did mislead me a little. And because I was definitely wondering, does the blaster go high enough? And maybe on visual inspection I should have known it wouldn't, but it is a very tempting spot to check. And of course that, just gave us plenty more time to play the level some more and talk about it. Silence the launchers in the first section and add the bonus room. Yeah, I think it's in pretty good shape. Although, of course, this time around, I had the benefit of having understood the concept already from the previous session. And so maybe you would want to check with an additional playtester for a blind read just in case, just to see if the concept is communicated as well as I think it is now that you've done the flimsy lift change in the first few jumps. I think it's in good shape. And as Art Pop said, now just make the level good. That's all you need to do. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. As I said, we'll try to do a little more maker streaming over the course of the week. Not viewer levels, but personal selections. And we'll determine what those are depending on how often I can get on. Next stream will probably be in 2 days. But if you want to be absolutely sure, just to keep up with the Discord, which I will link once again, for those curious. And, as always, thank you so much for dropping by the streams and submitting levels today and basically keeping me company through all of this. We will send you folks on to a raid very shortly as soon as we pick a destination. And wishing you all happy making and playing the days ahead as you cram to prepare your Halloween specials or whatever else it is you do for the end of October. Great to see you all. It's something I look forward to every weekend, and with good reason. But it is now time for us to send you on elsewhere, and as always, fare thee well.